All right, we're live. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Finding Truth TV podcast here on Unscripted Truth TV on YouTube. I'm Logan here with Austin once again, and tonight we're going to be hitting some topics at the front of people's minds right now. Some hot off the presses journalistic action. Uh, whether it's the earthquake that hit on the West Coast, California, tsunami warnings and stuff like that. Just what it all could be a prelude to, or what you know we live here on the West Coast. Him northern, me in the middle, and the San Andreas fault line is always it's in the news every year for the potential for it to crack, like they always say. Like, they love instilling fear. We're going to be dissecting that a little bit. Uh, Something a little off brand, but something that I think we need to, discuss is, we're two guys. We have our opinions. We have our ideas on things. And this one comes as like a shot to masculinity, I would say, and to humanity as a whole. But really, it's an obvious shot at masculinity. This story of a OnlyFans creator who is breaking records, which should never be broken. You should never have to hear these types of things. Uh, but not only that, it's a slap in the face to men everywhere to lump us in as these dirty little pervs hiding behind computer screens. But that's what they like to do. It's the new wave. So we'll be discussing that a little bit. And then, of course, we have the ongoing story of what they should do with all of America's guns and their latest ploy to uh, set a precedence to take even more freedoms from us. And I'm sure that's what we'll be seeing with this United Healthcare assassination on the sidewalks of New York. Uh, well, Biden promised he'd be doing a whole lot of gun gun legislation, and he hasn't done much. So he's got a little bit of time left. A story like this might propel that legislation right before he dips from office or this earth. We'll see which one comes
Yeah.
first.
Yeah.
Uh, or who knows too? It could be Kamala to usher it in. That could be her little. Anyway, we'll get into that.
Yeah.
And then after that, we're gonna have a more in depth discussion on you know the greater the greatest arc of all these stories, the storytellers, the ones that we're getting the news hand fed and trickled down to the common folk, and those controllers, the Jesuits. Will be the Catholic Church and Jesuits. We'll be talking about them, a little bit of their if you don't know them now you know type of stuff, and then some other cursory things about them. Just how much their hands are in different candy jars and pots all around the world, and things of that nature. What to look out for, things like that. But without further ado, I think I'll kick it down to Austin to hit some hot topics off the press. How's it going, man?
It's going good, man. Yeah, I think we'll just get into exactly that, just kind of where society is, where people's minds are at, and just where the whole society is just kind of gone in the direction it's going. One of the biggest things this week, there hasn't been too much, just been that earthquake, but there's been a story that's been going on, this OnlyFans girl that's made 40 million plus dollars in a year. I think from like November of last year, like November of this year, and this has just been something that's been just kind of blowing up this week. Actually, I first heard this. It was Ubering one night, and this was on the radio on the car. I heard this, and I'm just like, it doesn't surprise me, but at the same time, I'm like, this is something where it's just like, you know, it's something we all need to, talk about and have discussions about, where when you really think about things like this, because it's like this was something where, you know, OnlyFans is a newer thing. It's basically kind of took off and started around 2017, and it's kind of blown up since like COVID in 2020. But you know, uh, you don't think someone is, just literally getting handed, you know, millions of dollars when, you could literally just, watch anyone or watch anything you want for free, and then you're gonna just give somebody money, when you could just, that is just, it's such an idiotic thing that this is where society is. It's sad, and but it's like, it really is mind blowing too, just like what they've done to people. Because you think about it, you have the homeless, people that are broke, people that don't have any money. Um, Yet someone is somehow still getting, all these people are getting funded, millions of dollars, and they don't have to do anything for it. They able to suck up this money in a time where, people are, don't really have anything, and then you have just people just, getting their whole life just handed to them. And you have to really think about people that are doing it, that are participating in this, if it's, who these people even are, and if it's even people, and how much of that even is, legit or real.
Mhm.
Because a lot of this stuff, I mean, you might think you're even giving money to a person, but you don't even know. I mean, it could be AI, it could be, these people could be fake, it could be, deep fakes. There's people that could be giving money to people that's not even a person. So you have to really think about where this is even going as a whole, because like I said, this is something where, you know 10, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you really didn't, especially 20, 30 years ago, you couldn't have fathomed a story like this. But now
The
this
sad thing
this
is
is this
too,
is reality.
yeah, exactly. The sad thing is too, people already do willingly do that. They're called VTubers, and the real popular ones, they get like insane amounts of money just for talking into an AI avatar. So just really sad to even think about humanity. But like you said, whether or not it's, the numbers are true or not, we know these clandestine groups like to fudge the numbers to get us to keep us our perception off, and you know having a bad, because like I was talking to you just before we started here, and this really is a story that just hits all guys in the nutsack, or it should. No guy should want to see a story like this. This is I don't even I would hope women don't take this as a pro woman story either, because it's not. It truly isn't. It's an anti-humanity story all around. But
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's really unfathomable when you really think about it, because and it's how this has become just the way now, and this is the new normal. I mean, you never thought, I mean, it's like, why would people want to do this when you could just watch someone and watch stuff for free? It's like, in the fact, it's like, where society is, with the whole men, and it's why you hear, oh, why do we need men anymore? And let's get rid of men, and what is a man today? You just keep hearing the saying, and it really annoys me too when I hear it too, and oh, what is a man today? Well, what are even men? It's just like, there's so many people who, and like you said, it's just, it's pathetic, it's disgusting, it's sad that, we are handing, I mean, not me and you, but humanity as a whole is just handing, things away, just freedoms, money, everything, and just giving it up, and just, how just, pathetic people are. But this is just one of these stories where this is going to become the new trend. I mean, this is the way things are going. And um, you have all this, fake stuff now, like I said, with AI and deep fakes and stuff, and there's so many ways to scam people too, and people that are getting scammed right now. And and there's so many ways to, you know build yourself up now too, for women and stuff, just do stuff like this. And you just see, the bigger direction of society, because it's like, dating and relationships, aren't even a thing anymore. It's like people aren't even dating, they're not even having relationships. It's just, and you look at where it's going. I mean, there's going to be, no one to have there's no one's going to be having families, no one's going to be. And like I said, I've said this before too, and they're pushing everything so far back. Everybody and everything's being pushed so far back. What people might get to when they're 60, 70, they should have had when they were 20, 30. And people are having to or they never get there at all. And everything is just being pushed back and taken away. And you see this depopulation agenda moving forward, and it's moving forward at such an alarming rate because there's so many miserable people in the world. There's just so many, just miserable, hateful people in the world, people alone. um and some people, some people like being alone, some people don't. Some people don't really care if they die, some people do. So you have all these different mindsets in the world right now, and you have all these directions things can go. But you know you just see how this story gets pushed through you know everything, because everything's being reflected off this stuff. This is the mainstream now. That's why they're you got the the guy who gets paid $8 million a year, Stephen A. Smith, talking about it. You know, and then of course he only makes 8 million a year, and she's making over 40. So there's that, and then bring the sports into it. See, like, oh, look at Travis Kelce only makes 17 million a year, but and just it's a way to kind of just shame men and bring men down, and just tear men down in a bigger way, because now you have all the masculine, the masculinity is just being just dismantled with a story like this. You know what I mean? Just like in every way possible.
100%. I like I said already, it's like I can't imagine a man or a woman reading this story. It's like for a man to to be associated with this particular gender, and not that anybody should care about anybody like outside of themselves really, but this is what it's meant to do. That we know all know how the general populace is. They're going to look at a story like this. You're going to have women more than likely, see it as a flag, a banner to raise, saying, "Oh, look at this," because they've been looking for something like this. They've been getting tore up with the WNBA in the headlines the last few years.
Yep.
Just super pushy about the polarity between men and women with the WNBA. Well, now look at what we can do. Just one woman can do what all the best stars can do. It's just like, what are we even talking about? We're proud of that. Where this is, first of all, I don't think there. The fact is that I think that this is a jumping point for obviously a conversation on capitalism as well as a whole. Because capitalism, the idea of it is all fine and good, but when you have things like this, it kind of puts you in a different zone of like, is this really what this is meant to do? Or was this, in my opinion, capitalism as we know it, maybe not like the initial draw up for it is all fine and dandy, but what we have now where something like this can happen when we are in a depression, they can mask it, they can hide it. We're in World War III, we're in a depression. They can talk about it all. Soon, before you know it, food shortages are going to be the
Yep.
obvious. They're already talking about declining birth rates worldwide. I think there's maybe a handful of countries that are at replacement level or above. Handful of all the countries in the globally, or discally. um so there's huge issues that they can sweep under the rug with a story like this. People would love to read about this story. Just imagine, oh, this is coming from the the viewpoint of, oh, this is bad. Look, they're look at what men are doing. Look at how they're funding just one girl. Well, the way I see it too is it's a bad look overall, but it's definitely one that it's here to kind of just stick in the craw, specifically of men for sure. This is, just their way of balancing out the polarities. You know, men will be looking for their win here, and their, women will be looking for their win here, when it's not about that. We should be coming together. And yeah, this is just, in my opinion, a showcase that, capitalism as it stands, the fact that this can happen during World War III and a depression, and declining birth rates. It's like, this is just a story to punch you in the face and say, "You losers, this is why, and this is what's going to keep happening, and you're going to allow it to happen." This is a multifaceted thing. I don't intend to talk about her or who she is, or propel her any more than the people who are literally propelling her through a defamation. They're basically, saying it's a bad thing, but putting her name out there and making it even bigger. Oh, we have a mostly men audience. Let's put this story on there. That's it's such a dumb idea, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's this agenda has just become such a crazy thing, um in so many ways. I've said before too, the way people look, the way, the shape of people, the way people just are nowadays. I mean, it's completely uh shifted. I mean, it's amazing. I told you I was that one day I was Uber, and there was that one girl. She was like door dashing, and she was like 6'9". She was just like this monster, like stand next to me, like, what the hell? Where the fuck you come from? Like, I had like almost the same thing happen today. I was fucking Ubering, and this one chick walks in. She's like fucking like 6'5", 6'6", just like fucking way up in the air. And I'm like, where are these people coming from? I'm just like, and then there's and there I know there's one place too, the old spaghetti factories. You might go in there. There's like certain people. It's weird how, like they code society. Like there's always this one, when you walk in the back, you walk in, by the pickup stand, and you walk by the little desk on the side. There's always I've been going in there for over like 2.5 years now, and every time you go in there, there's a different woman. It's always a girl, and she's always like 6 foot tall, and she's always like standing right there. So it's like, then she's always a different one. So it's like you just see like where this stuff isn't, like how they kind of pick for this stuff, they look for this stuff, they set this stuff up, who they're gonna hire, how they're gonna have you, where you're gonna be. There's gonna be a 6 foot tall woman here at all times. You just go right here, and she's gonna be right here every time you walk in. It's just like, and then you just see these, you just look at society. I mean, it's amazing when I look around, just like how people are doing and what people even look like now. It's just crazy. It's just like you just see all these women. It's the woman is a man today to me. I mean, they've completely switched the gender reversal. I mean, it's when I look around, I mean, it's just devastating to see what you see, what men have become to. Just, men are just, there's so many men that are just beat down. Just men are just dead today. I mean, men are just done. There's just nothing left for them. I mean, most men are dead inside, empty, gone. Don't have anything to live for, don't have nothing to fight for. Um, the average man just like, and they know it. A lot of them just know it, and they've already given up. I mean, there's so many young people that have given up. There's so many people that are older that are given up. There's really no hope today to be a man. And then, it's just, and it's really weird. Like I said, how you know, this, this like dominant, woman role has been pushed, and what they've done to people, and how they've just changed people. And now it's, just weird too, because even at the gym I go to, it's like a real man's gym. It's like kind of like a power lifters kind of gym. But it's not, it's, but there's more, like on the wall when you walk in, there's like, they got the pictures, the plaques, people that put their pictures up there. There's really 4 women up there, but there's only 2 guys. And this is a masculine, real man's gym. And there's more women doing the roids and the bodybuilding and this stuff than the guys. So it's just amazing. And then you just see the way people look now. I mean, women just look more masculine. They look more built, more jacked. Just they act different, they are different. And it's not, and it's not too like I when I look around, it's like it's not like I don't see a lot of men that aren't capable of doing the job. I mean, there's men that are capable of doing the job. It's just unfortunately where men have been forced, been placed. And it's like I said, they have certain places, where certain rules, certain things. It's just how everything is set up, where it's all, the school system favors the woman. The school system's 100% raising the woman, but it's tearing down the man. So it's coming from the school, it's coming from everywhere, every direction. There's no escaping it. It's a really sad time and bad time to be a man. Pretty lonely.
I do agree with what you're saying. I will give a counterpoint though, and this isn't to, placate the women or at all like that. I really truly don't think of things like that. Um, the only thing I would, say about that is that we're missing the chance to work together.
Yep.
You talked about gym uh, culture. Now, if you were to just, talk about women's gym culture, it's you would if you were to just take a cursory glance from 1,000 feet back, you would say this is a positive step for society. When I was growing up in the '90s and like the early 2000s, we were going the complete opposite way. There's work to be done for the obesity epidemic. That stuff was going the complete other way, where it's just like 20-year-old were in chairs, in scooters, because they're just already insanely obese. So the fact that government and or we'll just say that, yeah, sure, government or at least the social programming has kind of pushed it to the other extreme, which could be a good thing. I don't mind, I wouldn't mind coming up in like a Greek, you know, not slow down. I don't want the bathhouses, but uh, the idea that an Adonis was like a common thing. The fat guy was the crazy thing. He's just like there was the one fat guy in the town, and he was probably like a comedian because like he used his fat to be a comedian, whereas everybody else was just jacked. All the philosophers of the old times were just like, you know, 80 years old with an 8 pack. It's just like, what the hell's
Yeah.
going on? But, you could look at these things as a good thing. Women are going to the gym.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's selfish. If it's selfish, that's one thing. I really don't care. My issue with it comes from the competition. The and I'm not saying men aren't in a competition as well. Generally, men are in a competition with other men, but you have these mixed spaces, and instead of learning to flourish together, like we're humans, we're all stinking humans. One of us has a plug in, and the other one has a plug. That's about it. Stop, like the idea that everybody thinks they're so special and they're so different and they're so unique and they deserve this and they deserve that and they don't deserve this and they don't deserve that. It's like our goal, our reason is to put that plug in the plug-in. That is what that's what it's all about. And I'm not saying that men are the only one. The goal for women is to get their to get plugged. It's a circuit. Complete the damn circuit in a PG terminology. Um, that is that is the that should be what we are striving for. Yes, be selective in whatever way you need to be selective and everything, without going too far. My point being is it's just like the vanity. It's one thing to approach it for your health and approach it for your physique and all that stuff, but the vanity that comes along with it, the having to have your what they like pushing out there, about gym culture. Everybody's got their cameras out. Everybody's got this. It's
Yeah.
just like, who has time for this? Everybody's living for Instagram and X and Twitter and Facebook. Is anybody just out there living? Nobody cares. But then the issue is people do, or either that, or it's falsely propped up, in order to, because I see that a lot too. It's like a lot of these stories that come out, the most popular ones that somehow I see when I don't give a rat's ass about it, but they're hitting everybody with the psyop. It's just like it just seems staged. Everything seems staged. And really, when they're doing, they're staging school shootings, they're staging CEOs getting blasted on CCTV, they're staging presidential assassinations. What aren't they going to stage? But the fact is like our minds are so moved collectively that it becomes a problem for everybody, because you take these small subsets of people that go to the gym. I bet you on the daily you're going to have something upwards of like 98% of the people that go into the gym don't take their phone out at all. It's probably in their bag the entire time. But what does a common person think about the gym? What those 2% do? That's their perception of what happens at gyms. And that's not a good look for humanity. Women and men fighting in the same to have the same space, that bleeds out to women and men in sports. That's just another polarizing topic where it's just it seems like you can never break through one side or the other. It's always a competition. If you try to be logical to women about how the fact that they are just inferior with strength and almost everything that makes the sports of our time, how they work. It's like they were built for men. It'd be one thing if our society built sports around women. You know how men can't even like step over a broom handle that they're holding? If they made some sort of sport that like was surrounded by the physique of a woman, the physiology of a woman, men would not do as good at that. The fact is women are already at a disadvantage, and then they're trying to usurp a a sport or a field that's built for men. That's not to say that men are patriarchies and they did this to suppress you and blah blah blah. No. It's like, why don't we step away from the competition? Just look at it without competition in your eyesight and say we should be striving towards a invention of a new thing. Why can we not invent anymore? How come there's nothing new anymore? How come there's not a new sport that would, not only be potentially entertaining or just fun for the participants? Where are the women that are coming up with the new sport that fits them? And if it's tetherball, I swear to God, I'll go in there and whoop your ass at that too. That's a predominantly female sport in school, and I would go in there and just rain terror on those girls. But anyway, they're hopscotch. I'm just kidding. All right, I'll stop. No, but no, seriously though, uh, you know, I really think that that would be the better way. Present something that fits the needs for the time. And I'm not saying make an all female gym or segregate us from society. That's the exact opposite of my sentiment on it. It's like, why are we even having these squabbles as a society, as a collective? Well, these are rhetorical, by the way. I understand that we're, you know, more separated every day, but how do we start to repair these rifts? It's, one thing for sure is I don't think health should be put on the back burner for vanity. And the fact that you're allowed that as a society, that's one sign of degradation. So if I was a gym owner, I would say, I'm not scared to lose 98% of my clientele. I would watch the cameras and watch who comes in, not to be creepy. So maybe have a male and female present to watch these people just to avoid any stupid, oh my God, he was looking at me. Anyway, but and just see how many people pull their phones out at the gym. It won't be that many people. Ban phones at the gym. You can obviously come in with your phone, but no tripods, no setting up filming. Since when is the gym about that? Go home and do even men, go home and do a little pose. You don't need to be doing it at the gym. Act like the whole gym is a bathroom. You shouldn't be taking photos in the bathroom. Like, how is that not common sense? What the hell? Yeah, you see it nowadays. It's just like, anyway. So yeah, I think that the priorities of businesses need to change. The ownership needs to change, and I'm probably not going to expect it from a, a chain gym. I don't Crunch Fitness and these Move Fitness and all these little like $10 a month get you in, you know, I almost feel like they're advertising literally to people that will, you know, sour the standard gym experience. I won't go into who those types of people are, but I've seen their ads and I'm just like, who the hell? It's like I saw like maybe one normal person in that whole ad. What are you talking about? It's like, do you have to throw every type of person in every single ad? It's like so strange. Anyway, I just think priority wise, it's going to take, you know, local leadership to, start to change the rules in order for these priorities to be more in balance. That women shouldn't be, strive do whatever you want for your health, even for your vanity. Just don't do it at the gym, and then you won't have that'll eliminate a point of squabbling. A point, at the gym, neither men nor women can have their phones out. So they can't be mad about walking in front of anything. They can't be, women won't feel creeped out, you know, whatever. Just that's just one aspect. It's not even what we're talking about either. We're talking about this Sophie Rain thing, which is absolutely hilarious, but it's also it's a weird type of funny. It's funny that it's happening, but it's also disappointing if it, because there's truth in everything. These people exist. These idiot men who are just absolute whales to females who would never talk to them, women who would never talk to them. It's like, how can this possibly exist? We are in a depression on the verge of open World War III and declining birth rates. And this is happening. If this isn't a wake the fuck up moment, I don't know what else could be.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's like we were saying, this is something where it's like, you know, it's a crazy time to be alive and just witness this. It's like it's and there's people that they just play video games and they get paid, money like this and do other stupid stuff with it. I mean, it's just where these people are getting their money and how stupid the stuff is and where people are, putting uh their time and attention to. You're gonna, give someone, this kind of money when you can just watch stuff for free. You could just purchase the game yourself, play the game yourself, or just watch him play the game. But no, you're gonna pay money to, you know, watch him play the game. And then just it's just where society is. I mean, they just have everybody in just, such a, a loser state. And um and it's a good point you're bringing up too, with the fat people, the obesity and stuff too. I mean, because you have so many just people out of shape, and there's so many just obese, lazy people, and people that don't even leave their house anymore, or people that are just they just live in a face diaper or whatever. These people don't uh go anywhere, talk to anybody, associate anybody. So these are the the kind of people you expect to be into this kind of stuff. uh, and then you have you know the very few people, like I said, most people aren't doing that well. They don't, they're not getting married or in relationships, or they're most people are alone, they're single. So this is the direction that everything's being pushed. And like I said, people are, where people used to have, a family by like 30, like my age, they're not going to get it till they're 60, 70, if they get it at all. And it's just like, that's just where it is, that they're just pushing everything so far back. And that's, people have to just call it out. People just it's become the new norm that everybody just you know it's like, too, it's the same thing with everything though. I mean, because everything is just getting to the point where it's just so stupid. I mean, it's, whether it's this or someone buying a cyber truck, it's just retarded. It's this stupidville everyone's living in, that everyone's just just spinning their wheels, and it's unbelievable. I mean, it's not something that is even ethical. Nothing is ethical. People don't think about nothing. People don't think. They don't think about nothing. They don't want to think. They just they just want to go along to get along, and you know it's it's just a it's just a sad state for so many people, and it's why it's like I said, people so many people want to blame the man or blame the woman, it's or they want to blame people don't see this as just an agenda, as a giant hole, as what they're doing. So many people just want to point a finger, oh, it's you, there's it's like you said, we have to find a way to you know get this divide out of the way, and you know it's it's just something where people have to you know it's like you said, you can try and get rid of phones, and at the gym, and like tripods and stuff, and try and do things like that, and there are things people can do, you know and it's no different though than canceling your Netflix, or canceling your Hulu, or whatever you know spend your money on too, if you're still watching the television. There's so many things you can cut out of your life, there's so many things you can do, um you know and I think for people that you know that only have these kind of outlets where it's just like this is what they're going to do. I mean, this is just, it's like I said, this is where society unfortunately is going, and with the AI and the algorithms and stuff. I mean, who knows, you just don't even know who's real anymore. And um and this is something where people, as time goes on, it's you're going to hear, like I said, more stories like this. I mean, there's going to be more people coming up in the world from Onlyfans or something really stupid, or something even dumber than a Cybertruck. It's just going to be, and that's going to be the biggest thing. And it's just, I don't know. I mean, it's like, it's such a frustrating thing, because it's just like you look at it, it's like I seen a Cybertruck tonight. Someone was pulling a trailer with it. I'm just like, God, it's just so stupid. It's just so dumb. It's just, and it's why you got Stephen A. Smith. I mean, look at this guy. This guy is just going to bring this stuff up. He's going to talk about it, because who are people going to go to for their sports? They're going to go to Stephen A. Smith, right? Look at that guy. It's a big clown.
Actually, even more so, I'm just reading this article, and I do encourage people to eventually become, I'll just say, awake, for lack of a better term, enough to start having like different thought processes, rather than just taking things at face value. Right away, we're talking about, which I don't know if I highlighted this, and I do remember it now being highlighted at one of the videos they tried to get me to watch on this stupid topic. But she claims to be a virgin and a Christian.
Yeah.
So take the story. What are they telling you? They're telling you that this girl named Sophia, basically, her I could look up her actual name, but what I hear when I hear Sophie Rain, I hear Sophia being, which is another term given to the Virgin Mary in Catholicism, who is a virgin, right? The mother of Jesus. She's a devout Christian and a virgin, but she's making all this money off all these men. And you have Stephen A. Smith throwing up this symbol. This is literally the symbol that Jesus throws up. I think the Baphomet does it as well. Jesus. Okay, I got this guy doing it. Let's see. There we go. Yet, like, you think this is a coincidence that they get this picture of Stephen A. Smith doing that in a when they're talking about Sophia and her being a virgin Christian? There's it's just, whether or not this is AI writing this, I don't know, but you see that these stories are, they're contrived from the onset. They're contrived. I'm sure that there is plenty of I did notice that she, from her one, uh they just put this guy on blast, by the way. Oh, what do you know? 72. Okay, interesting. Um that was the screen handle, I guess, of her biggest whale, who gave her over 4 million in a span of like, it's no point talking about it, where it's just like, how do you simultaneously have the time to chase a fictitious person on OnlyFans, but also make more than 4 million? Like, how does that, what is going on?
Right.
What are we talking about?
Right.
It's just absolutely insane. Uh, figuring out whether or not these things are real, that's a whole nother thing. But take these stories for what they are. You have a loud and boisterous voice. Um, it's like, who would have thought? It's like, is that what we're gonna do now? Is he gonna be so far out? Is he gonna be? They do this a lot. The more I think about it, guaranteed, Stephen A. Smith has he's probably gonna have his own like news program. It's not going to be just sports, anything like that anymore. Because more and more, he's been commenting about things like Cat Williams and that whole thing that came out. He was all over that. Um, he's been doing that more and more lately, where he's just like the voice of whatever um, divisive story that they come up with. When really he should. Was it him that quoted? I don't want to misquote, but I think he says something about like "shut up and play and dribble" or something like that. But anyway, yeah, it's just hilarious to me that they pull up this picture and they're talking about this virgin who's making all this money, and but she's telling all the others, don't do it. It's almost like, yeah, that's a pretty good business model. You tell you tell all the other potential competition that it's not worth it. Don't do it. Oh, please. You're not going to strike it big. Meanwhile, you're making 47 million. And I mean, 47 is not an arbitrary number either.
No.
Uh, what I also think too is potentially these stories are coming out right now because it's the changing of the guard is going to be taking place. And this is kind of like a coup de grace, last little hurrah for this regime's story narratives. Not that anything is like, this isn't not necessarily reality. This is just how they do it. They shift perceptions of people on a pendulum. It swings. Right now we're on a downswing away from the last narratives we're going. We're not going to move into, this isn't going to be. I mean, it could be. What could have been is that the Biden administration has been a precursor to an even larger swing in the direction of LGBTQ and crazy stories like that because of the animosity and resistance that people will be willing to go through. And you might start seeing jailings over certain things. They've already threatened
Yeah.
it. They've started, they set the precedence with the Roe v. Wade, and how certain districts or certain cities or states could start making it illegal for doctors to perform the surgery. I call it a surgery, but I'll just be nice. The life-saving surgery, the life-taking saving surgery. Um, so, but yeah, they set that precedence there, and who know, they're going to move that right over into, Trump's already going hard on it about the gender affirming care, how that's, who knows what's going to happen. Is this going to be the pendulum swinging away from that, or is this going to be the start of the pendulum swinging? Is it going to take an opposing force like Trump to bring out the worst of it? You know what I mean? Like kind of like how it threw you for a loop with COVID. You're getting a Republican president. All these platforms he's on and all these things he says, but you know, when we're swinging into a pandemic, you instead of swinging away from the pandemic, we swung full force into it. And it got only worse through somebody you thought that was going to make it better. They love doing that stuff. Local story for that is our Oregon's governor, Tina Kotek. She's totally LGBTQ. She looks the part. I think She could be a lesbian. I think she is actually the second lesbian or first, maybe even the first lesbian. Anyway, whatever. Who cares? But she came in on all these platforms, and it's like I don't think any Oregonians thought, we were already defunding the police. We had already okayed, drug use, go wild, go nuts. Oregon looks the part because of it, and lo and behold, you get somebody who's like the face of what you would imagine was the agenda pushing, and she's the one that's repealed everything. She's backing it off. It's like it's so strange how they like to do these things. It's all has to do with like keeping you on your back foot at all times. You're to make you feel like you never have any kind of foresight or foreknowledge or even you don't even know what's going on in the present, let alone what could be coming. And that's where they want you at all times. They want you with the fear of the unknown at all times. And this is one way they achieve that is by using, you know, polarizing figures to usher in the opposite. So that could be, I as much as I see Trump quote unquote cracking down. We all know he's a puppet, but them using him to crack down on these agendas, it very well could be this is the fan to the flame.
Yeah, and it's and I felt that pendulum swing back in 2017 when they put him in there, and it happened right away. Especially with the censorship, said he was going to censor his critics
Mhm.
and shut everyone up on YouTube, and Zach, and deleted him. How many times, and so many other people, and and this is it's interesting too, because there could be another pendulum swinging too, because like you said with the story, um, she's this Christian virgin girl, supposedly, if that's even true. But and then she's coming out. She had a video too, but coming out saying, oh, this is the way for the Christian virgin girls, and this is here you go. Here's the way. Here's what you can do. She's making a video pushing this stuff. So it's like, oh, look what you can do. You can be Christian. You can be a virgin, and look, you can still do it. You can still make it. This is so. It's a way. It's another huge way to push this. Um, Depending on how how this plays out, that this could be one of those stories that leads into other things, and um, it, with her, like I said, being supposedly Christian and whatever, and a virgin, and then if you're going to have, people doing this, like, oh, you have the people, the women against Trump, oh, I'm done with men, I'm shaving my head, whatever, it's because this is where they have everybody, it's like all these people are in these alleyways, that whether you're driving a Tesla, or you're giving some OnlyFans model millions of dollars, or some dude playing video games, or you promote any of this stuff, they have everyone in these retarded alleyways. And it doesn't matter if you're people that are voting or in the loser lane, people that are watching this stuff, or in the loser lane. This is just where they have everyone, unfortunately, and people going. It's just like you said, it's scary watching the Tesla thing pop up at the, and then you have, I don't know if you've seen it in your area too, that like there's like vans. There'll be vans driving around, and then on the van it says they have the OnlyFans, but they call it OnlyVans sticker on their van. I don't know if you've seen that, but
I had a Speaking of losers, I was actually Twitch streaming not that long ago, playing video games. Um, long enough ago, close to a year now, or more than a year maybe ago. But it was really just as a hobby. I wasn't really in it for any kind of money, but I did have a Discord for the people that did follow me, and it was called Only Dads. So it was pretty funny. But yeah.
yeah, it's just funny. You watch the people that drive around. And, I remember when I was in Wyoming, there was this car that had a Pornhub sticker on it. It was getting towed and shit. And there's people they drive around, and the stuff that's on their cars, it's all like just pornography, anime stuff on their cars,
Mm.
porn stuff on their cars. That like they have like the fake taxi vehicle that drives around and stuff. You got people have like bumper stickers and stuff say I'm
Oh, yeah.
so gay I can't even drive straight. and then you
Yeah,
have
there's a lot of gay people out nowadays then. Holy crap.
Yeah, I just seen that bumper sticker again the other day. I was just laughing, and then you have people that have bumper stickers, I eat ass or whatever, and you know, just boobs
Thank
on
you
their
for letting
car
me
or
know.
women or something. It's just crazy what they've done to people. Everyone's just yeah, everyone's just changed in so many ways, and it's like now you just who knows what they're but like I said, and like I said, you brought up a good point. With these people getting incentives, people to just get a Tesla, getting these incentives and stuff. And
Mhm.
I just think that's what all of this is. These people have to be getting pushed. They have to be getting some kind of incentives to go down, all these, just retarded ways. It's just, because it's just hard to believe a lot of these people just go down these alleyways of just, they have to be getting dragged down there by some other kind of force or entity or something. It just seems to me, or something's pushing them in that direction. Because it's just, like I said, it's just this is what has to change, and I think this is the biggest thing we're up against. Because and I think in 2025, I do believe there's going to be we'll feel that pendulum swing again, like it swung in 2017. But you know you go back, you just look at Trump was only in there for 4 years, but look how bad that 4 years was. It was worse than all the other eights we had. So this seems to be that that swing that's coming. But it's like, what's it going to be? Is it going to be or is it just going to be, like I said, that event, or things just going to continuously just kind of rot away and decay, like it kind of seems like it is? I mean, there could be a major you know, what if they have the cyber attack and the grid goes down, reset the system. There's so much talk, there's so much push of, the digital money right now and stuff. And um, there's so many, there's so many things right now that are just like, where could we possibly be in another, 5, 6 years at this rate? Because, to me, we're kind of at the cusp right now where it's like, there's going to be a huge gap in society, pretty soon. There's going to be no way to get up off the bottom for most people. It's going to be um you're just going to be stuck at the bottom, and you ain't going to be able to go anywhere, and the people that are at the top are just going to keep pulling away. And then they'll just kind of siphon the people out that are in the middle and just kind of slowly get rid of them. So it's just the elite class that's left. I mean, that's um the way it most likely looks like it's going at this point, at least in the near future here, or the Trump regime, I guess I should say. Because you think about everyone that's all these people on the world stage, all these billionaires and stuff, all these people that are that have the millions and the billions, and at the top. And there's just, it's like I said, the way these other people can just get this money. you know it's they just have certain people lined up where you're just gonna succeed and you're gonna go to the top. And like I said, the people that don't have much, there's just gonna be nothing you can do, because it's just they're gonna have the total reins of control on you, especially with the digital money. And there's so much push for the um all the cryptos right now, and the Bitcoin and everything, and things go in that direction. And then of course, with there could there be something happening right away, maybe still this winter. You got to think, January, there could be, there's still plenty of time to have some major event or something this winter. They could get someone distracted with maybe a story just like this, and then to take it into something much greater if they want to. I kind of feel like that's where people are at right now. Because like I said, there's so many. You have to just account for how many single people there are, miserable people there are, alone people there are, depressed people there are, just obese people there are. The levels are just staggering. Especially when you look around, like it's amazing just how bad it is. But you have to think about what is really honestly going to happen with all these people. There's just so many people that are just on the bottom. So what is possibly going to be the outcome for all these people in the end?
Exactly. And to speak about what you're talking about here logistically, because like we can speculate and all and about human emotion and stuff like that, but from logistically, what they're doing is stripping back the layers of humanity in order to have a working class that does not not only have the motivation to rebel, but or even to, you know, stand up for themselves. So you have, we're Austin, you've been speaking on the swaths of men nowadays that are lacking in purpose, lacking in all these other areas, but the logistics really are like you're speaking on perfectly. Is they have no relationships, and these relationships the lack of relationships is a lack of future children and a family. And if government decides to drop the bomb on you, now I'm not saying like an atomic, well, yeah, sure, even that. It's just like, you're not going to get these people are going to be the first to lay down. And rather than grab their arms and protect their family, they'll be the first to lay down. And that's like scary when we can talk about women all we want. We can talk about how they just, both sides deserve to be empowered and we need to do better empowering each other. But when the iron meet, when the rubber meets the road, we need dudes. And this isn't like some sexist argument. I've had this argument before, and it's like, how can it possibly be offensive from a female perspective? It's not that we don't think you can do anything. We don't want you to. It's completely honorable. Yet it's so hard to get that across to the other side because of this weird competition that we're for some reason in. But like these things will come to a head. There will not be worldly change without strife with men at the forefront. And if I wouldn't want to be a part of whatever change took place if it was not because they're women, but just because to me that's not, man, it's really hard. I should have thought this through. This would just piss somebody off. But no, I think that when it comes to physical strife and things of that nature, it's gonna take, you know, and it should be the men that hash it out. Men for the I've heard the argument that women would, if women were in power and in charge for these wars, they would be the voices of reason to eventually stop these wars instead of them being in a perpetual war because men are at the head of these wars. I don't think there's an example of that ever. So, I mean, maybe, sure, but I don't think that there's an actual anecdotal example of that. So we can think that all we want because of the tropes that men and women have, but I don't think they're, the Amazons, I don't think we study that enough to truly understand whether or not that was and I'm learned enough to understand that there are matriarchal societies. In fact, one of the largest like native populations that was like basically the empire of America that nobody knows about was a matriarchal society as well, and they were peaceful. So there may be anecdotal things here, but that's like saying all um, that were patriarchal were not peaceful, and that's not true either. Uh, what I mean by this is the day will come when there's strife. They don't give us Terminator and they don't give us all these movies because it's just some like it's yes, it's fear programming, but it's also truth. There's truth in that. Yeah, it might not look that same way, but with through discernment, you're going to see the signs of a dystopian society. You're going to see the signs of, uh, such as declining birth rate, such as, the fact that we're, you know, multiple countries right now and are in a state of war and attrition and food devastation. We talk about, you live in Washington State, one of the most, they provide a large percentage of the produce for America, not never mind just the West Coast, and yet we're under it's an epidemic, but nobody cares. Nobody knows about it. But you got Bill Gates buying up all the farmland, and just so happens that all these farms are having insane problems with this new infectious algae and
Yep.
other issues with water. It's either, if it's not drought, it's fires. If it's not flooding, it's bacterial algae, if it's not, uh, and then, you also have the shipping industry. North America has been, the embargoes and all these, the strikes and all these things. I'm not saying they're not coming from a good place. And I think it will take stuff like that. The problem is, all I've seen from it is controlled opposition and psyops. It's going to take real people on the ground. And it's like, I almost think it's like acts of, uh, like a heroic act to me is like people in the shipping industry, like turning their rig around and like delivering it to urban areas and just saying, here, it's already paid for. They got insurance. Who cares? If enough of us trucks do this, it's just like we're gonna, for them to get off the schneid with us, they're gonna have to show a large. They're gonna have to, you know, show that they're willing to make sweeping changes in how things work because they're not going to have the human infrastructure element anymore. Yeah, you might have you might have your Tesla semis coming out soon, but you know once we block the roadways and we say enough is enough, are those Tesla robots going to start taking out humans? Are the Boston Dynamics dogs going to be patrolling our streets? And and if that's the case, that's where they're taking it. I think that we need a large amount of able-bodied and purpose-driven men that are willing to stand up to it. Not to mention the women right behind us, ready to do whatever they need to do as well. And I'm not saying they can't be alongside us either. It's just in my head, it's just like the same way women are wired for certain things. I'm just wired to it's out of honor, a sense of honor, not any kind of sexist ideas. It's a sense of honor that this is coming from, not like not including or whatever that word is, not inclusiveness, political correctness, jargon. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This is where we're at. Men are being disenfranchised and women are saying, oh, it's their turn to be disenfranchised instead of, you know, it's like the pendulum just keeps swinging. We're never going to stop the pendulum and say, screw this, let's pick the other one up. They're down, let's pick them up. There's going to come a day when we trip and we want you guys to pick us up in whatever ways you can. And they give us these trash stories with, you know, obvious coding of numbers, she makes 43 million as a virgin. Uh, oh, what's virgin equal? Oh, 43. You know, she makes, 47 million in 1 year. Or what was it? The 43, what'd that say? Yeah, she made 43 million and then she makes 4.7 million a month or something like that. Yeah, a month. And, she's a Christian 47, along with, a long line of 47s and 74s for that matter. But these contrived stories just to be polarizing and divisive and really kick guys in the nads. And we need to stop propping up these stories and oh, I will say one more thing. Another, counterpoint to what you're saying is I would amend what you're saying as not that these things are just happening to men, but they're allowing it to happen. I
Yep.
don't have a whole lot of and I know I don't think you're coming from it from any angle of like superiority and or anything like that at all. I know, in fact, I'm pretty much know you're not, but I just think that it's a yeah, it's what I've noticed is that we've allowed it to happen.
Yep.
We've taken it all in stride, whereas we should have put our boot in the dirt and said no more a long time ago. And I have my theories about certain places in time where that would have been most prevalent, but it doesn't matter. It's the fact remains that we're still not doing it to this day, and you can see what happens from that. And that also bolsters my point about men, because I think at any point, if men, real normal human men, not the elites, put their foot down and stopped allowing this to happen in droves, I think women would be happy with the outcome. I think they would see their quality of life go up when they're not being ruled by tyrants that, keep them painting their face and ruining their, by the time they're 40, their skin is completely ruined, their hair is completely ruined. And I'm not trying to dumb them down to appearances. I'm saying, like, this is what's marketed to them. This is what, this is the things that they're inundated with. It's I don't, I'm not ahead of any makeup industry or anything like that. But if you're gonna, we're gonna argue about what ails men, well, also what ails women, and these things are, it's no accident that you have this. They're being sold vanity, while men are being sold. Um, I don't know what the word is. I'm sure it's a deadly sin. I just can't. I guess lust, according to this story, is lust. So, but yeah, we each have our faults and, faulty areas, and we need to come together and fill in the gaps together, rather than keep poking at them and making the gap even wider before it's too late. Because, like you said, the bottom, they're already toast. Like, you're going to start to see the whole bottom third fall off, and then, what I'm talking about is having, like, a standing army. We're not even going to have enough people to fight, like, a mercenary troop. In a mercenary, in my opinion, like, a country or whatever could send like 100 mercenaries to almost any US city and completely take it over. In my opinion, they could just take it over if they had enough, like, balls to do what they needed to do against a 10,000 of us that are just walking around bumping into crap. I think we would just be toast.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And the thing is, it's, you know I put the blame too on men too, because men, men need to, you know men should want to fight, but men should always want to fight, but it doesn't mean, you take some fighting class, doesn't mean you sign up to go kill someone in a war. You want to, go out and buy a gun to shoot people. You should just want to fight, through your mind. People don't, men don't have the right mind anymore. Men don't have a mind of, you know I just have to do what I have to do. So many men are stuck in the competition realm. This is the biggest problem with society for men today, and this is what, unfortunately, is where the world is. Because we're all in this competition, and I don't live my life to compete with anybody. I'm not competing with anybody. I'm just doing my own thing, and that's what every man needs to do. Men are, you know all in these competitions, and all doing, dumb stuff, but they're not, men don't, nobody wants to fight for life. Men don't want to fight for life. If a man's, feels hopeless, he might just go out and sign his life away to go fight in World War III or do something stupid. This is where they're pushing everybody. So, men don't have anything to live for. Men don't have anything to look forward to. um and another thing too is men need to, like, women are, you know um great with, like, working together, coming together, teamwork, cooperation. That's where women are doing really great. And men need to be more like women, and start doing that. And because men are builders, men should be coming together, men should have support groups, men should be doing stuff. Like I told you, I mean, you go around outside, there's no men out here. And every man you see is walking alone, just not just looks completely dead, just looks completely shut off from the world. For the most part, just, people are just, they're in such a bad state. And this is, of course, where they want everybody. But you know men, like I said, they're not wanting to, fight with the mind. It's like like I said, it's not about taking some fighting class, learning how to, fight with your hands, your feet, or, shooting people with a gun. It has nothing to do with that. You have to fight with your mind. You have to want to, fight through the bullshit of life, and not allow this stuff to, you can't give this stuff power. You can't allow it to take over. And unfortunately, this is what, most men have done, and that's why, you have all these problems. And it's sad, because it's like, you know, men are, there's so many lonely, unhappy, depressed men, and men are just, so miserable these days, and then they'll just take it out on other things. And it's just a really bad, mental emotional state for the world, because, you don't have, you know, there's no one that wants to build. It's a dangerous time to be a man, because you don't have anyone that's going to build for the future. You don't have anyone that's going to do anything. And like I said, the people that, you know they might want to, or they would like to, maybe the money's the problem. It's like, nobody wants to work. Well, and that's, you can blame the people too. And but you also have to, blame, because there's no money, and there's no currency, and there's, the money don't do nothing for you. So you can't blame people for necessarily not wanting to work. So no one's really going to want to work hard. No one's really want to do much. So you have this multi-layered, multifaceted agenda where, it's like men just, and there's some men, it's like, they feel, uh that they don't want to be here, because, they're being told, you're nothing. They've heard Klaus Schwab, you're gonna own nothing to be happy, and they see it, and they don't see any hope in the world to change anything, to do anything, to want to fight back, or, to have, even a leg to stand on. And most men see this and understand this, and that's why they just give up and just cradle away, because they're like, yeah, we're fucked. And then they bring out stories like this, and then it's like, yeah, men know they're fucked. They know it's over. It's a really unbelievable place they have us. But the whole thing is, it's, if people could just get out of the competition mindset, if they could just get out of, you know competing, and working against each other, and if they could just learn to just, um you know not want to just participate in the agenda. It's like, you can go around and you can see people, they know things are bad, but it's like, nobody wants to do anything about it. That's the problem. People know things are bad, but what do you want to do about it? It's like, me, for example, I get up every day, I go to the gym, I work out, I do things, I'll go to the trampoline park. I'll go do flips. I'll go run 5 miles. You just have to want to do stuff. You have to push yourself to want to do it. Um, and that's where men just are struggling the most, because most people ain't doing that. Most people ain't pushing themselves, doing what needs to be done. Um, and even the ones that are, either if it's the money getting them down, or other things getting them down, or they can't do something because they just don't have the people. It's a shutdown of society on all fronts, is what it is. It's no different than, in 2020, when they put the face diaper on, and screwed everyone over. Now look at all the kids, because they, are traumatized, and it screwed them up in school, and they're behind now. And that's just what it is. They just keep, stabbing everyone in the neck, stabbing everyone in the back. And and unfortunately, it's the men now, just, like I said, the men that, you see around, just are just, it's just not looking good. It's just, like I said, there's so many just, fat and out of shape, obese people, and, handicapped, disabled people. And these people can't fight. They can't do nothing. They can't, they're not going to rebel, you know? So yeah, it's a tough state. I mean, it's hard to really, figure out what to do for so many people, because it's like me, I'm, going to be like 30. There's, all the people younger than me, they're not even looking good. They're not even doing good. Even the ones that do look like they're doing good, they're struggling. Like, it's amazing how many people are just struggling. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And then, like I said, the imbalance in society is just there's just such an imbalance. I mean, it's everything is just, upside down and ass backwards. So it's a very tough time to, and then you hear, World War III and this push for war. And it's like, it kind of somewhat starts to become more realistic in a way because, like I said, you have these men here, that just don't care because they have nothing to fight for. So like I said, they'll just sign up for the military and say fuck it. So it's really it's just amazing what they've done.
Absolutely. And I will add one little caveat, because we've been talking about competition this whole time, and I think on that specific subject, I think I think it is actually healthy. I think good things do come from male competition. Obviously, like an ideal idea of it, not like animosity driven competition, but you know, ideally, in my opinion, you would have a society of builders, the men. Not to say that women can't do it. But I really don't like um, tiptoeing and like having to preface everything I say. So it's like if you want to think of me as whatever, I don't care. I really should stop like prefacing things because I really don't care. But yeah, ideally the men could build, and through competition is the best outcome is going to happen. Um, and I think that competition through like take sports for instance, through all the time, it's pretty clear. I don't know if you ever played organized sports or whatever, but they does breed a sense of camaraderie. It's competition, yet at the end of the day, I never like hated any teams I played against. In fact, it's like by the end of the game, win or lose, you're shaking their hand, laughing and joking with them because we're all just people. But like as far as like society building and society reformation, I would say the men build and maintain the things like we, historically have done. And through that competition, we find out the best ways to do things. And,
Yep.
I would hope that the person who originally patented this way of doing things would be okay finding out that it got done better later on down the line because that means better things for the people. It's like you would hope that the same inspiration they had to make something better would extend to the person who made their idea better. It's all for the greater, you know, good of society. And the same way that I think women are insanely better nurturers, just innately. Not to say that men can't do it, but no. But and so I don't think competition that lends itself to competition. If you have a bunch of women competing to be like the best type of mom, instead they have a much better, you know, hive structure of, work together to see the best way to, rear a child together, not competing. All things are aired out there. This works for my kid. This works for my kid. Oh, meet in the middle. Boom, you got something that works for their kid. And it's kind of like open source information. Not to say that the men's isn't open source information. It's just that I don't mind the idea of like to me of men compete having a sense of pride and competition in order to do something actually fire like lights a fire for results with men. Whereas I think if in an ideal society where the women, not to say that they can't do whatever they want or anything, like I keep prefacing, but as the mainly, not mainly, I was thinking of a better word, primary child rearers, for them to have a sense of working together with other moms and other women in order to strive for perfection of a model of rearing children. Not to say that the men aren't going to be involved. They're definitely going to be involved the same way that both sides are going to be involved in both angles. But I do think that's the separation of competition. That's why I don't see like, not to say that women can't compete in sports and everything. That's all the same. The same concept applies to men and women with sports and stuff. It's just as far as society goes. I don't think competition is healthy for women to compete with other women. Whereas I think when men compete with other men, it's just a whole different beast, and that's what makes us different. Like men can form camaraderie through competition, whereas I think women will form things like higher senses of vanity and depression. And to your point, that role that is honestly being flipped on its head, because now you're seeing women in this manlier role and the dudes acting like that. Like, you see what happens to dudes when they take on like a feminine approach to competition, where they're now competing with other men in terms of vanity, and then they're getting depressed and they're becoming incels, and seeing the top 5% of men. Like, bro, why are you looking at the top 5% of men? That's kind of weird. Like, why?
Yeah.
Like, there's only so much you can do about anything. It's like, you can either be a complete defeatist, or you can, do the best you can. Let's take it to the vanity department. If you got just like a subjectively ugly ass dude, it's like, okay, don't get plastic surgery, but what can you do? What can you do? Anything that you do to better your situation, even if it's in the mindset of getting a mate, it's still going to make you better. You're going to be happier if you're an ugly dude with a six pack. Not to say that I ever had one, but it's going to be hard work and all these things. Or even if it's just bettering your everyday life with your job or non-job, or just finding things that make you happy. That's gonna, even if your initial thought is to find a mate, if you don't end up finding one, you're still going to be a way better version of yourself for trying. Whereas instead, we have this lie down and die society, and you see where that's getting us. No one's willing to stand up to certain things. No, overrun of government, where it's just like, that is another slap in the face to, in my opinion, men. Men should be the ones standing up to this. We're letting other people in our homes with our families. We're allowing it to happen. Every single day it gets worse, and more overreach and more overreach and more overreach, and still we haven't taken it to their house and said, screw that. No, if this is how it's going to be, you know, where do you live? Let's see how you like me up in your house. Let's see how you like me talking to your kids. This It sounded weird, maybe, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, government, So I think this is a multifaceted issue. My last 2 cents on it is similar to what I just said. I think this is gonna, one way to pull ourselves out of this, at least attempt to, is, you know, through men seeing through healthy competition, and women through healthy cooperation. I think cooperation benefits women way, to reach higher peaks as a unit, and whereas I see competition as this, the same thing, only for men. Because at the end of the day, if you're let's just pretend cavemen were real and just say, the competition of hunting a saber-toothed tiger for food, okay, yeah, it's a competition. you know, Boonga Doonga, he lost. But at the end of the day, Junga Bunga, he brought home a saber tooth, and Doonga Boonga is going to get to eat part of that. So it's like, even though they were in a competition and he technically lost, it drove Junga Bunga to, you know, have a sense of pride and want it more than the other guys and go out and get it. So at the end of the day, the result happened. And that's what I think can happen. Take that stupid example and put that onto free energy. I think if men took it as a competition, a friendly competition, that at the end of the day, we all get free energy, not to, even if it's out of a sense of pride that you are the one that came up with that concept. At the end of the day, we would back up that concept because it was the winning concept. And for women, not to say that they can't be involved in that kind of stuff too. It's just, they do have a greater job, in my opinion. You know, it might sound like I'm talking about these things as in the things that the guys are doing are more important in some way. That's not the case at all. It will be, and I'm no pro anything. I'm not no pro men, pro women, neither. I'm pro humanity, as long as the humanity stands up for itself. Otherwise, it can curl up and die for all I care. But no, child rearing and a strong foundation of raising a child with the mother is that it's always going to be a bigger job. And I think that's, one example of this being obvious to humans, but we just don't like to like it maybe admit it, is just like when you hear these horror stories of mothers doing the unthinkable with their kids. It's like you can hear 9, 10 stories about a dude doing something to kids, and you're just like, yeah, it's infuriating, but it doesn't hit the same as like finding out like a mom did it. You know what I mean? Isn't that it, it's just like it's just a whole nother, beast. But that's my last 2 cents. I think healthy competition for men, cooperation with women, and we get somewhere out of this, form communities, form groups, and start field testing this working together and trying to get out of this mess.
Yeah, and I think for myself too, as I reflect on it too, the big thing with so many men is that they feel like they're just so weak and so small in so many ways, and it's the thing is, it's all is mental. It has nothing to do with even how you look, and how you look is nothing, doesn't matter. It's all is mental, and you don't have just you just kind of have to just kind of pride yourself in other areas, it's just like myself, I do all kind of things, I'm not, you know, I'm not big, I'm not tiny, I'm like 5'9", 170 pounds, you don't have to be, huge, you don't have to do roids, you can just go to the gym, you can just, you don't even have to go to the gym, you can just walk. Walking's great, go, like I said, I go run, 5, 6 miles on the weekend, go to the trampoline park, do flips, I do stretching, flexibility stuff. There's so many things you can do to improve yourself. Um, in so many different ways. You don't have to just, you know, uh, you know, there's so many things you can do. I mean, not, the thing is everyone's different. We're all just people. That's the biggest thing. You got to always remind yourself is we're all just people, so, not everyone is the same. Not everyone's just meant to, start a business, and, some people that's what they're meant and, going to do, but that's not like what everyone's just meant to do is just start a business, make all this money and, be this big millionaire, billionaire success. That's not what we're all here to do. And I think that's what people have to understand. I think people are given these, like I said, they're given these alleyways, and they're like, well, this is all you can do, and it's like, well, no, I mean that's an option, but you don't really have to do that. I mean, there's other things you can do. I mean, it's but it just comes down to what people want and what they're gonna do, and the decisions they're gonna make, and that's just gonna be the big thing I think moving forward. People are just gonna have to make better and better decisions as time goes on. I mean, because if like we're in it for the community, I know that, and other people have to have that mindset too, because where we're going. I mean, you're gonna have to have community. You're gonna have to be able to try to at some level, at some point, come together, work together with those or whoever's around you, if there is anybody at the time. Uh, some people, like I said, a lot of people, they're probably just, they're people are killing themselves with suicides. A lot of people, they won't be here. They won't be able to probably take what's coming when it happens. That's another thing to look at too. It's a lot of people are already, wanting to check out or are checking out. So they're just going to want to check out, but the ones that are, that want to fight and want to stand up, they're just going to have to uh, find ways to link up and, network, because if you don't have, if you can't convert community, you can't convert nothing. So that's just going to have to be what it is, and men are just going to have to, men and women are going to have to learn to work together. That's the biggest thing too. Men and women are just going to have to cooperate, and they're going to have to find ways to work together and come together and just find ways to end the division and the divide and conquer, because, uh, otherwise, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a wrap for, people in the population. It is going to decline, and people are going to be pretty much wiped out down the line.
Wholly agree. Very poignant points, and yeah, I don't see anything to necessarily argue or add or take away from that. That's great points. Uh, and like you're saying, like we both say, that community, like you're saying, that to be able to rely on those around you is going to be crucial with, the potential for what they have, coming. It's I mean, 2024 on the verge of 2025, if we don't know about weather control and manipulation of, earthquakes and uh, mass flooding, we got the North Carolina Asheville flooding, freak storms, fire tornadoes hitting islands, making the waves turn to flames. It's like if we're just gonna sit back and watch, what should be plots of movies play out in real life and not bat an eye, we're gonna be way behind the eight ball when the ball actually drops. Um, and we don't have any community and we don't have other people to rely on and we don't, if we're lacking in a skill that's detrimental to, or to our survival, we need it for our survival. We're going to wish we, put some effort towards community, put some effort towards, building that sense of camaraderie with our fellow man in some way, because you hear stories about like this over the last past week, the 7.0 that hit offshore California, which sent out tsunami warnings to Oregon and California. I think even up as far as Washington as well, them being on the Pacific coast over here. And this is just one story in a long line of stories that hints at, the San Andreas fault line finally, giving way. This they're saying was a off the coast of California. Still, same idea. Um, if people are unaware, the earth around us is geoengineered. These things, what you consider natural, I would say probably nine out of 10 stories. I I can't prove any of them, but in my opinion, I don't even know why I said 9 out of 10. Almost every single story I hear, from my perspective, I see it as manipulated and contrived in order to push ideas into our heads about what is natural. And this starts when we're in school. And this starts from us learning, how clouds form. You know, they don't tell you that scientists also know how clouds are formed and they do it on the regular. They don't tell you about, the effects of spraying aluminum silicates into the air and all, all the other chemicals and um, weather manipulation and cloud engineering and stuff like they leave that out. You think you think a proud science like cloud engineering and everything like that would be taught in school, because it would just be like something you're proud, we're proud of humanity for coming up with it. Like in an ideal world, it's not like I don't see any use for it. I'm not some like God should be the only force on this earth. In fact, I'm the exact opposite. I think that allowing God to be a force on this earth is only negative. I don't think God would. I'm not of the mindset that God would do good things for us. I think the point of us is to do good for God. Not to say I'm some like hardline Christian. I'm just saying, as far as logically, in my opinion, it's logical. I might have to espouse on that a little bit more detail. But as far as what we're moving into here, this large earthquake 7.0, which is quite large. Um, this is just one story in a chain of stories, that go along with the grid going down. Um, you've had, these clandestine organizations, economic forums, and Bilderberger groups, talk about and simulate these ideas of, mass grid going down, whether or not it's an EMP or um, some sort of, nuclear strike, or even hackers. Oh, that's always a popular one. That I'm in. you know, just that one guy in a van. Um, but yeah, it's a threat for the West Coast this last week was this earthquake, and yeah, I think this lends credence into what we were basically just finishing up, that society, that talk about society. Well, this blends right into it. This is the things that are kind of out of our hands. What are we going to do when it happens? What are we going to do when the grid goes down? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. This is like one of those things too where it's like 7.0, you don't, these are, it's a rather big earthquake. Generally, you don't get, these very often. Um, I can't say that I felt it from where I was at. I don't know if you kind of felt anything in your area. It's kind of still far away, but uh, yeah, this is just something where, this is, one of these events, and who knows if it's going to be the West Coast. I mean, you got the new Madrid. This stuff goes on all over the place, and you never know when it's going to happen or what the event's going to be. But yeah, you know, this is kind of another test, I think, in a way too, to see who is paying attention to it. I mean, uh, it's kind of interesting location. Northern California there off the coast and stuff. So if we do get maybe a bigger earthquake or another earthquake like this that does kind of hit the region, of Portland or Seattle here soon, because I know the big there's a like 6 point whatever there was back in 2001 in Seattle, that happened. um, I wasn't here during that time, but that was uh, I know Zach went through that one, but I don't know if we're on the verge of that. Possibly, we could be entering that coming up here soon. Something like this, or maybe not, a 7.0, but a rather bigger one where you actually really feel it. Generally, I don't really feel the earthquakes around here. And sometimes I might notice like it feels like I'm kind of vibrating or moving if I'm like in my car or in my bed or something. I'm just chilling, but it kind of feels like I'm kind of shaking around. But it's kind of hard to say. I mean, there's always little earthquakes. You always get the little ones and stuff, especially out west. But yeah, I mean, I could see something. Maybe we do get rocked with something like the 2001 earthquake or something. But uh,
Hmm. Yeah, actually, I haven't heard about this one. Go figure. 2001 was a fun year.
yep,
Um, but interesting location as well. It's really hard to look up. Uh, harp, because basically you look up for like harp facilities, and it will just keep saying no, there are none. The only one was Alaska. Okay, stop asking. But it's known that there was a harp facility, I think, between the Oregon Washington border. I think on the Washington side, either. It's in Alaska, not Washington State, dummy. I am AI. Yeah, can I get something other than this mainstream to tell me this? I mean, I've seen it on Google Earth. There's no point. I don't know why it's so hard to look up. It might be Oregon. Oregon coast. Anyway, long story short, you can do your own research because off the cuff, I might be able to find it again. But I think somewhere near the northernmost tip of the Oregon coast near here, near the border of Washington, there's not only two star forts. I don't know if you've looked into those at all. Fun, fun stuff. Uh, on Fort Stevens being one, and I can't remember. It's like it might even be like Fort Washington or something like that across uh, the sound here, or whatever it's called, the bay. Uh, but yeah, nearby there was an old harp facility that's been supposedly decommissioned at this point. Like they say, all HARP facilities have been decommissioned because they're not a government program anymore. Just like MK Ultra is not a thing anymore. They don't do that anymore. No, they were just messing with that for a little while. Oh, Manhattan Project. No, we stopped doing that. We told you we stopped doing it. All right, so stop asking. AI told you we stopped doing it. But take anything, all this crap with a grain of salt. But you got organizations like HARP and government agencies, whatever their acronym is, doing experiments to manipulate the ground beneath us, the air above us, the water around us. Uh, there's really no aspect of life that they're not involved in. And I think what you'll find in any kind of like deep enough research is that, nature is really a subjective term. It's really hard to tell. You might think something's natural, but come to find out that, just like look at the clouds above you. Who's the how many people are, on the freeway are an expert in what clouds are real and what clouds are not, to the point where it's just like, were they ever real?
Yeah.
It's honestly, it might sound like ridiculous, but the things we learn in school are just that. They're things that are taught to us in school. Um, that's also leading into that the concept of community, and basically having building a new structure for society. I think that should obviously start with the information our kids are taking in. um, that's like the most important. It's like the same way organizations can take in children of affluent members of their societies or whatever, and turn them into the next generation that are going to perpetuate the same things their parents perpetuated, whether it not be masons or whatever you want to talk about. We should be doing that with a broader idea of peace and love, and instilling all of the like humanity used to do. I don't think we've always been these evil people walking around with mostly terrible thoughts or depressive thoughts. I think there was that we've had stretches of harmony between most peoples, to where we could go, if we traveled to another land, we would want to see the best for those people the same way they'd want to see the best for us. And it's just morphed itself into this greed and ego, and I think that's the stuff we kind of need to knock out and start building up these communities, and having education be at the forefront for our kids to stop relying on the things that we're told in school. We got to break the cycle. It's all part of breaking the cycle. We got to stop espousing the ideas of what we're taught in school. I'm not saying everything was a lie, but it's almost like take it as if it was. What's the point? It's like, even if not everything was a lie, what did you learn in school that like helped anything? So at the end of the day, you 9 out of the 10 things you talk about as if you know it because you were taught in school, you know, 6 of those things were lies. So, it's almost better to just not set anything to at all. And, I think a lot of to my point, what I'm trying to say is I think, people should be learning by practice, not by being forced to read something or forced to memorize something. It should be, you know, human want to practice and want to memorize something, and through the subject matter being bringing something out of them, and them having a sense of connection to the subject matter, not like forced conscription, not forced reading, forced this and that. I think you get my point. But I think that's a huge step. And I know we're talking about like a natural disaster, so they would call it. But that what I'm talking about is, steps towards breaking the brainwashing. Because if all it would take, I think, is 1 to 2 generations, and we could flip this around the same way they've destroyed us in just as small of a time. I think we could turn this boat around if you had in 20 years from now, you had a generation of kids that weren't willing to take everything at face value like they do now. And then they would raise their kids to not as well. And those kids would be even one more generation removed from the bull crap. And they would start to have anecdotal evidence of people walking around thinking for themselves rather than everybody right nowadays walking around seeing people thinking like everybody else.
Yeah, and you brought up a great point. Where you were kind of saying, have things, always been this bad, or where things did they used to seem, because they used to seem to be kind of pretty good, like, or at least like there was harmony. Like I said, things had quality. Things seemed kind of fun. You could just you could do so much more. Um, and you can always argue too. Things are always changing. Some things, as things get worse, some things get better. As things get better, some things get worse. So they're always mixing things around, and you wonder, has it always been this bad? Or is it, are we just realizing and seeing how bad the world really is? It's just interesting concept. And when you look at it, it's like, and this is something where people have to understand that we're not going to hell. They're taking us to hell. They're making this happen. So people have to, like you said, in a near future, you'd have to. I mean, hopefully in the next, if there is a 10-20 year time window where we could start turning this thing around, and then hopefully somehow mount a comeback. You're going to need um a lot of time, to make the comeback, another 10-20 years, and then maybe, if we could get on the right path. But that's the thing people have to, the areas people should be looking at, what can we do to get back to where we were, because it's not like it was, that long ago. Things were pretty decent, I mean, it wasn't that long ago. So it's like, you look at the damage they've done, and it's like you said, to the, the kids in the school and everything. It's amazing people still want to send their kids to school. When you look at the statistics, I mean, it's like, and if you were going to send the kids to school, well, you could make it easy. You could just have them, say you're not going to teach them, but at least they can get exercise, they're not fat, and then teach them at home or something, or teach them there, and then let them do what they need at home. People should be trying to figure out how to improve the next generation of the kids coming up. That they should be looking at, what can I do, so I don't have to worry about my kids ever being 500 pounds, or not knowing how to read and write, or or if my kid's gonna even have a spot in society, because that's just where all this is going, with the natural disasters and everything, and everything we've been talking about so far tonight. It's They're weeding people out of a spot in society.
Mhm.
People are, you're not going to have a leg to stand on. Klaus Schwab, you're going to own nothing and be happy. And like I said, people hear that, and they just quail right up, and they just shrivel away, because they just, they're being told they're nothing, and they're just accepting it. And you know whether it takes a, an earthquake or a natural disaster or hurricane or something, um you've already seen the effects, of and we've been under kind of heavy attack here lately on the West Coast, because we had the cyclone bomb, the big hurricane that hit us. Now we have this. So it's not like it's chill or calm over here. I mean, there's pretty good activity. So who knows if they have something, what the next big thing's going to be over here. We don't know. um and with the hurricane, you still got people, Helene, people dying and suffering from that, and people um having issues from that. So you know bam, you hit the East Coast, bam, you hit the West Coast, and then funnel people into the center, bam, hit them again. It's like I said, there's going to be no place for anybody to go if they don't rise to the occasion. I mean, what are people going to do? I mean, uh and in like with the schools too, that's another great point, because the kids today, it's like, if we could find a way to, you know just do basic things to help the kids. Why is it that it's like the kids today just it's like nobody wants you know them to even have a future. It's like not even nobody is like wanting there to be a future. It's like I don't understand, like, even the parents, or the teachers. It's like it's obvious what needs to be done. It's like, how hard is it to give the kids exercise? you know how hard is it to just you know have the right teacher, right person there to motivate them or something? It's like there's so many things that just they have these key people in these key spots, like I was saying, with jobs. And oh, this person's going to be the person we're going to hire to be the teacher because they're going perfectly along with the agenda, and they're going to destroy the kids. So this is who we're going to have be the principal, and this is going to be the superintendent, and this is going to be the teachers. And you know and the people don't want to push back against it, but then the people themselves don't even want to fight for themselves. So I mean, if you don't want to fight for yourself, I guess why would you want to fight for your kid? That's just sadly where it is. And um I think that if we do get struck with a major event or disaster, that's going to have to be where people hopefully what maybe snaps some people out of it. If there is a hope of coming back, I think it's going to have to be through something really bad, because if you have so many people at the bottom with nowhere to go. I mean, you can always point the arrows. The only way to go is to up. But it's kind of like I was saying before too. It's like kind of the first time in human history. It's like always heard, if there's a will, there's a way. But now it's like there's really not anymore, because like I said, they're weeding people out of society. Like, you're not going to be able to participate. You're not going to be on the currency coming up. To be on the currency, you're going to have to do this and say this, and or you're not going to be able to buy or sell. So that's just what it's going to be. I mean, you can obviously see that this is what it is, because there's no one, um, or not enough people that are, people know something's wrong, but it's are people going to rebel against what's coming? Are they going to, just take it? So many people are taken by these things. They just want to do it and just get it over with. It's like, oh, I have to, I have to get this brand new car for my job because I have to fit in. I have to do this. They want to do these things instead of just thinking, well, I could save money, I could be smart, I could do this, I could do that. They push everyone down these alleyways, um, unfortunately, and people are forced to do these things to fit in or whatever. I know there was a they started something back in like 2017. I remember in like Wisconsin, it was um, to work at this job, you had to have like um, the brain chips or whatever, so you can
Mm,
like access
Neuralink.
doorways. And yeah, to like access doorways and do things, and go places and like be part of the thing. So it's like, and this was almost a decade ago now. So you can just imagine where we are now. And what is being pushed and recommended for things. So yeah, it's a really big time we're coming into. I think 2025 is going to be about decisions, um, and people deciding, am I going to rebel against the system, or am I just going to bow down, or am I just going to go along to get along? Um, what are people really going to do? And I think that should be on everyone's mind going into 2025 is, what is your plan? What are you going to do? you know because I don't think enough people, too many people are under, and what's really scary right now too is how many people are like just sleepwalking into 2025. Like, oh, Trump, man, he's coming back, he's gonna fix it, we got it, bro, we won, bro. Like, there's so many people like that are just thinking great things are coming. It's like, oh my god, it's just like it's honestly terrifying too, in some ways, how it's like how you have more people like thinking this now than we're thinking this in like 2017 after all this time. It's like how can you be so optimistic when it's like, you've been down this alleyway before, you already gone through this before, but it's like you're more optimistic now that things are going to get better now. Like, where have you seen, what have you been looking at? What trends are you following to think that we're going to turn this around, or things are going to get better, or things are going to, the ball is going to jump back in our court. you know this is where people are just lost. I mean, people have to, like I said, they have to just worry about themselves and stop the competition. You know, stop being in a competition with everyone, or looking up to other people at this point, because it's just gotten ridiculous. I mean, um, we shouldn't even be in a position where it's like we're, having an inauguration where we're, doing this every 4 years. I mean, there shouldn't have been a single person, to vote, and then you still have all these voters and people thinking that matters, and it's just, oh, look at Trump's gonna, drain the swamp, and he's gonna help out for the next natural disaster, and then it's like he's gonna be the one behind the next natural disaster, like bringing in the FEMA coffins to carry y'all away, and it's like, and laughing while he does it. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. And funny you mentioned FEMA because they have never been. Their inception was not as a disaster relief organization at all. So, they've been the fall guy for all these large scale disasters, whether or not it's Asheville or Katrina or you know countless others. But they're just that. No one's going to hold them accountable. No one in government's going to. No federal government's going to hold them accountable. They're always just going to be the ones getting billions of dollars allocated to them so that they can sit on it and not use it to help do anything, provide any further infrastructure, because that I think that's a big deal, is that they're just allowing the old infrastructure to either slowly die or take it out through you know different means, whether or not it's flooding or levees or dams being broken. But more to your point about you know basically, without trying to further your point, I honestly just agree. I hate for us to just blow smoke up each other's asses the whole show, but I haven't heard anything that I really disagree with. And I guess it's one thing to talk about it, it's another to do it. And in my opinion, I think it's a small step, but it's a step for us to get out, you know or to get up here on a public platform forum, if you will, you know, and attempt to saying over and over again, attempt to move people's minds enough to question the things that are going on, and provide a alternative viewpoint for the unbelievably the mass inundation of the narratives that are given to people, you know, on the hour, every hour, like it's some dystopian reality. We're all just in a queue watching a screen all day. That's where it's going to be. It sounds stupid or science fiction, but for a large number of people, that's already what it is. It's just
Yeah.
some like non-romanticized version of it. Yeah, it's not the exact everybody's in pods hooked into the matrix. No, it's not that, but what's really that different between your AirPods hooked into your your phone matrix, So for as much disheartening things, you could look at a lot of these, the way that we've been engineered to become this pacified congregation. But I think we need to have enough optimism in at least our immediate surroundings. And like I was saying, we are, we're getting on here, we're trying to not convince anybody, but we're trying to provide alternative ways of thinking to bust people out of their preconceived notions that have been supplanted in there since grade school. um, and what I do truly believe is it doesn't take a lot. It, I think for a large amount of people, it's actually they have woken up. It's just that they're choosing to stay in bed. You know, it's that's just what kind of people we're dealing with. They just want to hit the snooze button 15 times. They're already awake, but they just would rather, open an eye every 15 minutes and reset their alarm. And we just need to get those people to stop doing that and get the hell out of bed. And it wouldn't take, I don't think it would take some massive casualty revolution. This is, this has been tossed around for forever now, that it's just stop, paying into it. Stop holding it up, and it'll crumble right before our eyes. And, the curtain will fall and we'll see that they're just a bunch of scrawny, ugly dudes and dudettes, um, trying to control, the vast majority of people. And I think, yeah, so as far as community building, children, a new instruction for a new generation of people, where it's people centric, community centric, not even as far as trade, or because not everywhere has everything. And I think that's also fine. I think we also live in a time of decadence, even through as destitute as some people are, they can still go to the store and get like dragon fruit. It's such a weird idea. It's not to say that dragon fruit is the craziest fruit. It's just it doesn't grow here. I think that there's certain things that we need to there's so many things that the fat needs to be trimmed on, that we need to start trimming it. We need to start trimming the fat on all sorts of stuff. School, like you were saying, the kids need to exercise, and like even mind puzzles through physical activities should be 90% of their school day. It should be 2 hours at tops, a school day, with a healthy snack. It doesn't need to be a meal. It doesn't need to be a full tray of food like it's prison. Um, Healthy snack halfway through, after 1 hour, you get a snack and you get back at the activities. Yeah, there might be some slower things like some reading or um, speech type of stuff, but I think a lot of that even then can be achieved through physical activities as well. And the fact, it should be a red flag to every parent and every person. You don't even have to be a parent to just realize that you went through a weird camp, a weird indoctrination camp. We did not go to school, was not looking to build us into better people. It was looking to turn us into pacified cattle that are going to, graze indiscriminately and poop everywhere and get fat and only be able to work the remedial jobs that they need us to work. And that's what we've done. We need to break out of that cycle. And you have you know, like to your point, you have a large population of fit people that aren't going to take the brainwashing anymore. You got a problem if you're government. If you have, you know, 3% of your population of every city at town hall every time that there's something that doesn't jive with the betterment of society as a whole, they're going to have a problem. You get 1,000 people showing up to the courthouse every time they try to push past a ridiculous bill that, and this would all contribute into the knocking down of these things, to making it, somebody sees 1,000, like Zach talks about this all the time. People, if they saw 100 people, I mean, that's a lot of people. If they saw 50 people at 50 people in a congregation that aren't Hebrew Israelites or aren't part of some larger title of, Mormons or Latter Day Saints, if they don't see this a religious organization, it's just people getting together to, it's going to take that. in order for people to see it, to make them in their mind say, yes, this is feasible. Until that day, we have what me and you showing up in Portland and just being a skeleton crew to make it seem like whatever motion we're behind, it obviously doesn't have much motion because it lacks credence when that's not, that's furthest from the truth. But in order for us to show that as untrue, we need to, be able to back each other up and practice what we preach. And, you know, we plan on turning this might just be a talking gig through the internet right now. But just before we were talking here, we were talking about actually getting some logistics down in order to, maybe do a double meetup, maybe meet halfway, something, but put some videos up on YouTube. Maybe it's, pound and pavement. Maybe it's even just like hanging out. Maybe it's just like
Yep.
meeting halfway or going to each other's towns and walking the streets. Maybe not ended up talking to people on purpose, but just to, kind of do what we're doing now in a different way. Either way, we have ideas that our idea is to eventually in some way get traction in people's heads and in people's minds in order for them to build a better work ethic, living ethics, to reverse engineer the insane engineering that's already taken place in our heads through slave school, through um, programming, back to our regular scheduled programming in whatever forms that takes, through your job, through television. We need to start breaking out of these systems and before they shut the grid down and there's not another single person we can rely on, and we're just like sheep to the slaughter at that point. We're just walking ourselves if we don't ever stop and actually make a concerted effort and a concerted stand somewhere. And for us, that's starting here. That's providing a voice while we still have one, and we'll see where that takes us. Hopefully, bigger and brighter pastures.
Yeah, and it's like you said, you really just have to have people that are see us, come out and pound the pavement and meeting up with people, in person is a big thing, seeing people in the flesh and you know coming together, and these are the missing parts of society. And if people see that, they'll if you get enough people, they'll want to do it, or they'll start believing in it, or they'll start feeling like maybe something. People don't have a spark right now, and that's what people need. They need a spark to do something. A lot of people just they feel powerless, but it's you have so many people on. You have such a diverse society, such a diverse world. That's another big reason how they pull this off so well, is they just have everybody just so mixed up. But um, you get people to just do little things that little things make a huge difference. Especially when you're trying to and I know a lot of people, like, you know a lot of people don't want to go down the alleyways and the roads that maybe we have, because they know what happens. They know that you want to do these things and say these things. Well, it comes with consequences. You're going to lose things, you're going to be attacked, and you're it's going to be a really rough time for you. And a lot of people see that, and they don't feel like there's it's like, well, yeah, if I go down that way, it's like, yeah, and then that's what's going to happen. So it's like, why would I even want to do that? That's where some people are stuck. It's like, well, why would I even want to rebel and try and do anything when I'm going to be outnumbered, and just I'm going to get my ass kicked, I'm going to be targeted, and I'm just going to be shunned and taken down anyways. It's like, that's where a lot of people are stuck, because you know they know they look at someone like me, and they could be like, well, I could be like Austin, and but then he's got to go through all this shit, and then I'd be going through that shit, and most people, they wouldn't be able to handle it. They wouldn't be able to take it, and they don't want to deal with it. But I think that the ones that, if people saw, you know, more of us, pounding pavement, bigger groups, or they saw more pushback in certain areas, they would, start feeling empowered um, to do more. So I think the big thing comes to how do you get enough people on a common ground? You have to get a common ground with, amount of people that, maybe they don't even, like you as a person, but maybe they like what you're saying and they agree with what you're saying. So, they'll promote what you're saying and they'll work with you, even though maybe they don't like you. See, that's where we should be already, as a society. It's like, people are in the same boat as me, but they don't like me for whatever reason. I mean, they should still be behind what I'm trying to say or what you're trying to say or what you're trying to do, you know, eh, then, because it's not like there's not people out there that don't feel like we do. I mean, there's people that do, and there's people that agree with what we say, so it's getting those people to get behind the message, or spread the message themselves, to me, is what's got to happen. It shouldn't be, and even if you don't maybe like everything or agree about everything, there should be a common ground in there where there should be enough that's in common with that person, that there's enough there, and you can obviously, just see that and just take it for what it is, and just go about it with that. It shouldn't be, that you have to find someone that's exactly like you, because no two people are exactly alike. No two people, are gonna agree about everything. No two people are, gonna be all that similar. So it's, everyone has to find who they are, and then, see that someone else is, you know, got the same kind of somewhat vision, and just, want to work with that person. I mean, that's where we should be as a community at this point. We should have that, more of that established at this point. There should be more people, coming together, whether they like someone or not. They should just, know what we're saying is facts and truth, and feel the same way and want to rebel, and just find a way to just be part of it, however you're going to be part of it. Like I said, if people don't like you, they don't have to be your friend, they don't have to hang out with you, but they should at least be able to get behind the message, I think, at the bare minimum.
Yeah, that's a great point, and to add to it too, I think that, what's always been kind of baffling to me is people's immediate inclination to think people that are alternative thinking, or find conspiracy in something. In my opinion, it's like, let them be wrong, or maybe assume that they're not just wrong. Let Find out they're wrong, but the idea, to me, what's what's the point? Like, what, in order, in my opinion, to look to expose conspiracy, or to, shine a light on things that are otherwise hidden, it's not like it just serves us to do so. We're coming at it from a perspective of, we want more people to understand it, and more people to see it, and more people to know what they're up against. Okay, let's say we're wrong. You know, it's still a I think it's still an honorable charge for a human to undertake. And I don't think we're wrong either. I know we're not, but at the same time, it gets such a bad rap, conspiracy theories or whatever. You get people saying the worst things about people, who, at the end of the day, they want humanity as a whole out from under their thumb. But yet it's viewed as, like, it's almost viewed as if we're in some way trying to make it worse. It's like, it doesn't get worse. It's like, even if we pulled the strings, it's like, what do we say? We're going to stop the Federal Reserve? Oh, I'm sorry. What, is that a bad thing? Oh, we're going to stop foreign banker wars? Oh yeah, everybody loves those. Everybody just gets around the, Thanksgiving table and talks about foreign wars and how much they love them. We're going to stop child trafficking? Oh man, you know, who- it's like, who's holding these things up? It's almost like as if the everyday people are too indoctrinated to understand that they're holding these ideals up. we're coming from a place of we want to abolish things that are against humanity. Okay, let us be wrong, but why are we treated like so so instantly negative? Why do we get scoffed at and laughed at, and why aren't people seeing it for at least, oh, at least, that's a valiant idea. That's a valiant effort. That's a valiant charge for that person. You don't even get that. It's just like, obviously, cursory being able to see, what happens with Zach's channel and the people, the stances people take, whether or not they're, paid trolls or whatever. It's still, I think not everybody is, and you see these people coming in there and they're just like so quick to be like angry or demeaning, as if the work is somehow threatens them, or like, it honestly is, to me, it's like self-defeating. It's to Long story short, I do think that, you know, we need to switch the perception of whether or not it's something that we can do personally. I'm willing to accept that. I think a lot of bad press has hit, and then the people that are real have allowed it to kind of like build and build and get worse and worse without, providing a strong counter to it. So you got the Alex Joneses, the common people are still thinking that he is a real conspiracy theory, or, a real teller of truth, or like, a paragon for truth. You know, it's just like, somewhere we're failing to provide, you know, likable voices for people to rally behind, because we are in a vain society. People, you see it every day. It's like, people who are able to lead swaths of sheep, they have some sort of like vain personality traits. It might not be looks necessarily, but maybe it's, you know, swag or whatever you want to call it, or yeah, things of that nature. And not to say that we should be emulating it, but we have to, I think, as a community, we have to come up with um something that doesn't, hit ears the same way that it always has. You know, we can just keep, you know, throwing shit at the wall, or we can actually try to like change up the formula to fix what's going on. Because, you know, being able to be in Portland and witness it real time. Yeah, I had some really good fruitful conversations, by the way, in Portland. I talked to like 5 or 6 people on the sidelines. I I was ill prepared. I should have had like some like nicer, cut out, just, writing Zach's website down and everything. But I ended up, yeah, I had a notepad and I wrote down a bunch of copies of his website and his YouTube channel, and was passing them out and talking to people on the sidelines while you and Zach were talking on the mic. And I had really good conversations with people. But to my earlier point, it was few and far between. The good conversations were, to a weak-minded person, they would fold, because the scoffs and the jeers and the obvious psyops that were taking place real time was almost maddening. It To just be around it and just be like, I had my son there. Part of me wanted to just go up to some of these people that were, there were so many obvious psyops in place, that I wanted to go up and just squelch them and just, pressure them right then and there. Maybe I should have, but, just be like, who are you? What are you doing? What are you doing here? What's going on? You're not here for this. What are you here for? What do you know about this? What do you know about that? What are you here to say? What are you here to, because there was so much distractions that it honestly, you like I was saying earlier, I think what was presented was an attempt, but it's nothing like what needs to happen. What needs to happen is enough organization to rally behind a message to to get people together. You know, I don't even think, like you were saying earlier too, it's just like we don't all have to agree on the same things. Obviously, that's not going to happen. That's boring. That's absolutely boring. So, never mind trying to do that. How about we go there with the intent of not finding differences and focusing on what's like? I don't understand what is so difficult about that. Um, I mean, I guess I understand because people are vain, like I said, but the egos need to drop. Um, we need to, take these things one step at a time. And as it is, we're sprinting backwards, and we need to find a way to like slow this thing down to where we can start taking small steps forward to eventually propel the big step forward, which I think, is enough dissension to hit their radar and force their hand one way or another. I would love to say that we just, SEAL Team 6 this thing and we knock this thing out in a week, but I think everybody knows that that's what we're up against, is that it's going to take that something's going to come to a head. You know, I don't think the people in North Korea think that they can just go march upon their leaders' doorsteps and demand change. I think there's anecdotal evidence that you cannot do that without threat of a mercenary group that, for all I know, are born underground. Because I don't know what group of people, I don't care what they went through, would be willing to form against obvious citizenry that are people just trying to live and procreate and do our quote unquote godly duties. I don't think that these are the sons and daughters of the people of the constituents, like, not constituents, but of, like the American military. In my opinion, when it all comes down to it, I don't think the actual real military are going to be the ones holding us back. I think it's going to be mercenary groups that have been slowly pulled out. And yeah, they'll be wearing the American camo, but you won't understand that those are not our kids. And so what I think that's part of the psyop is that you're going to have these mercenary groups, and I'm speaking about this as if it's not real. It's 100% real. Look it up, people. Mercenary groups are huge, especially in times of war. You would be surprised. Like take like SEAL Team 6, like America's version. It's like they'll tell you that they're just born and bred Americans. It's just like I don't know about that. Because you hear about the hiring out of, different countries hire out mercenaries all the time, and you look up these mercenary groups, and it's just like, how is this allowed? I can't have a bump stock, but this group is just like, and how does this even work? Where's their funding coming from? How is this like? Is this not like against? Is this not war crimes? Like what? Why would this not be about country and country? Even if war had to happen, why are we allowing mercenary groups and stuff like that? We re- anyway, this is I'm getting a little bit sidetracked, but my main point behind that is I don't think um we need a standing army. These things are going to come to a head, whether or not it's a large thing like a tornado, a large natural, quote unquote, natural disaster, or you know their show an exercise of power by government. And I don't think that America is beyond doing that. We have enough media, they've given us enough movies bragging about how they're going to do it. I don't think it's all just a joke. And then leading into this whole mockery here with this Brian Thompson CEO murder. Look at this. You know, this guy's probably just like, yeah, I seen this every day, man. I see this every day on the streets. I thought nothing of it, man. Just like, what? You're telling me this guy just walked up? This was the best time for this assassin? Is really when he's 2 feet away from a whole ass another person? Like,
Right.
this is ridiculous. This is just such mockery. But yeah, our rights are being infringed upon daily. Our rights are not rights. If we rely on a government to provide our rights, then they're not rights. You don't believe in rights if you only think that they're there to be given to us by our rulers. You're a moron. You're an idiot. Your rights are intrinsic. If you're not willing to defend intrinsic rights that you then there's no other such thing. There's it's not a right if your government needs to give it to you. You fucking moron. So anyway.
Yeah, and it's you know, you hit the nail on the head. We're coming to, a head on some front, whether whatever the event's going to be, whatever they're going to do, we're coming to a head. So it's like the key thing to me, it's like, like you're saying, what's the answer? Pound the pavement, or because it's like, to me, it's like, it's not like there can't be that many people out there that don't agree about what I'm saying and where I'm coming from. I mean, maybe you think some things are crazy, or I'm stretching, or I'm, or it's dumb or something, but it can't be like if I had a conversation with you, like there's not something you can't get out of it. You can't learn something, or, see something in me or something. It's like, so this is the only question I have for people. It's just like, you know, to get behind us, to get behind themselves, to get behind anybody to do anything, it shouldn't be that, we're all that different. I mean, we all live in this world. We all go through the same bullshit pretty much. We all have different lives, but, we're all just, you know, animals in a cage fighting for our life at the end of the day. So, it can't be that, we're all that different, that it shouldn't be this difficult to do, you know, simple basic things, so we're not, you know, whether it's, these stupid retarded fake shootings, or whatever it is to, take away more rights, or take away, whatever, it shouldn't be that, there's, all these people out here. It's like, that just for whatever reason just don't, it's like I said, I mean, there should be enough people with enough, you know, that see things clearly enough. Like, how many people that don't vote? Okay, so if you went to the gym and surveyed people, yeah, there's some that are voting, obviously, but I guarantee you there's people in there that aren't. There's people that know that it's bullshit. So it's like, okay, well, those should be the people that, you know we should at least agree about that much, that the government's bullshit, and it needs to go, and there shouldn't be anybody voting, and these are things that should be happening already. you know I mean, the people that, like I said, if you're not going to get behind Austin because, oh, Austin's who the fuck is Austin? Who the fuck are you? It's like, well, at the same time, it's like, or they're not going to listen to me because, it's like, oh, I don't like Austin for this reason, or I don't like you, or, or it's not that maybe they agree with what you're saying, but, it's like, well, what's the incentive? It's like people need some kind of, it's like they have to have a reason, versus, like, it's like I said before, it's like people just aren't even, mad enough. It's like they could be mad or miserable or something, but it's like they don't know, like, where or how to direct it, or who to direct it to. you know they don't they don't have People don't have a good sense of direction. Everyone's just, quick to judge. It's like, you could judge me because, like I said, it's like, oh, you're gonna judge Austin because he's, like, only like 5'9", 170 pounds. I want to be this, big jack roided dude over here in the corner. Well, chances are the big jack roided dude in the corner, wasn't standing up against COVID in 2020 like I was. Chances are he went out and got a vaccine. Chances are he was wearing a face diaper. you know so it's like I was saying, people don't have the right mindset of who to get behind. It's like people can, look at us like, oh, who are these two losers? Why do they want, but it's like, okay, so let's have a conversation. It's like, so do you really disagree with me at this point? Like, that there's, you know, people or societies, or, whatever, doing this, that this is being done deliberately, like this is legit, like what's going on? I mean, and that there's, you know, that they're taking us this direction. It's, there's people out there that know this and understand this. People out there that don't like the government. They don't want to deal with the bullshit, but it should be the common ground and the commonality with these people. Maybe they don't like or understand gematria. Okay, it doesn't have to be about gematria. Maybe they don't like or understand the way we look or something. It doesn't have to be about that. It doesn't have to be that you don't like me. It should be just, we don't want to do this, we don't like this, we have a problem with this, where there's enough of us. This should be where that takes place. Okay, this is the issue. Okay, this is how we fix it. It's like, okay, we all see that these kids are fat and obese. Okay, we can all see that. So there should be enough of us that are trying to do something about it, or are currently doing something about it. It shouldn't be, oh well, I didn't like the person, or I couldn't get along with these people. It's like, well, we all see what the problem is, right? We all know there's a problem. So we should be just all in on fixing that problem. This is like just like basic knowledge. It's like, um you know it's like you have a big, you have thousands of people together. You're living out in the old days. It's like, okay, you got thousands of people. Okay, so we know we got to build a shelter, we got to do this, we got to do that, we got the people. It's like, that's just how the world is. It's this breaking down of society that's really been costing us. And COVID was huge, like I said, with the face diaper, and with the kids and the mask, and every and even the people that went along with it. And I don't know if that's like where we're being held back at this point, or what it is, because it's just like, if you're not gonna, and some people, like I said, they just don't care. But I mean, it's like I said, you can't tell me there's not enough people around that you could talk to people, you can come together with people on some level, and people will say the same things. It's not like what we're saying and what we're talking about is so taboo, or it's so out there, or we're so crazy, or it's that we're off the mark. I mean, no, we're right on the money. And if it's too much for you, well, I guarantee if you sift through enough of it, there's something in there that you're going to go, you know what, I think you're right, I think you're onto something, I do agree with you, or I think, what, maybe if we did do what you were saying, maybe there would be a difference. Or maybe you do see something here that's going on that does seem to make sense. There shouldn't be anything that we say or we talk about that at this point in day and age should be too much for somebody, honestly. But we should be past this point, in my opinion. But maybe that, like you said, what it's going to take is things are going to come to a head, and then out of that head of whatever happens, people start looking up to me or you, and be like, you know what, Austin was right, Austin's right, this person, he ain't that crazy. Maybe I do need to do this, or I need to do that. See, I think that's what it's going to have to be. I mean, we're because they're going to drag us there, and then the event's going to happen, and then it's just going to be what people do. What's your decision out of the event?
And I think one thing that could help is like being, awake through all this is like all it is just L after L after L for humanity. But there is a small sense of it's no good. It's no type of currency because it's still negative at the as a whole at the end of the day. But there are these wins where it's just like you can see what they're doing, and we're gonna be taking the L's regardless. Even if you disagree with what we're talking about, you're gonna be feeling that whatever trickles down from whatever story, whether or not it's a CEO of a healthcare of a stupid organization, pill pushers dies in cold blood on the New York streets. I mean, did you see how they're framing this? They just can't help but just the pendulum swinging. And now they're saying everybody's masked up. And it's so normalized that now you don't know if it's a robber or an over. I've been saying that since the beginning. Since the beginning, I'm like, this is terrible. I don't. How would you know anybody's intention until they like got right up in your face? How would you know what anybody was like thinking or about to do if they had a weapon in their pocket and they were just walking up to you? If everybody's supposed to be wearing masks, it makes no anyway. But now they're saying, oh, it's a problem. Even the sight of a fully masked man lurking in the alley between 6th and 7th. 6th and 7th, like 67 ritual. Anyway, ritual sacrifice. It does not arouse suspicion, at least no more than we've all learned to walk around with over the past half decade. It's a problem. Now the crime is just emboldened. Oh, you don't say. Crime has been emboldened by all of the ridiculous legislation that got pushed through for the scandemic. Huh? What do you know? It's almost as if they're just making shit up as they go, and seeing what we do, seeing if we ever stop the nonsense or we just go with it. Oh, we just keep going with it. Oh, okay, cool. So, well, like I was saying, I think there is a sense of like vindication, and to me, I'd rather be vindicated and be able to see the misery than just not know it exists and just you know ignorance is bliss is, to me, it baffles me that so many people are willing to live in that. As soon as I've known the true nature of what this all is, we are captive. If we think anything other, I mean, where's the proof that we are not captive? We cannot go anywhere that we want to go. We cannot do anything that we want to do. And of course, I'm talking about things that don't involve other people or harming, blah blah blah. We can't say what we want to say. All these things are being slowly taken away. You get stories like this that are mocking you openly about how, oh, you idiots, you're all wearing masks. What are you doing that for? Oh, who's writing this? Oh, the New York Post. How long do you think it would take me to drum up 50 articles about how you should be wearing a mask by this exact outlet? No time. I'll let you guys do it in your own time. I have already seen enough propaganda to subject myself or you guys to any more. It's done its job well enough. I don't even like having this up. It's really just for reference. But now you got this guy walking up with a silenced pistol. It's just all like, okay, whatever. You know, this is just going to be more precedents. Oh, now it's an attachment. They got the bumps, they got the stock. Now they're going to have the firing mechanism attachment ban. And it might be like, oh, it's just for silencers. It's like, good, we don't have assassins. It's just like, no, just wait. That's gonna open up the door for them to assign what is okay. That means, oh, you want a gun? Well, guess what? Only Smith and Wesson, who has a government contract with the military, makes that gun. So you're going to have to go through the military. You're going to have to give us your name, your address, your everything. Oh, you want this gun, huh? Okay, well, you got to go get it through this way because all those other guns, they fail the sniff test with the American government. We want to make sure you're not a terrorist. Meanwhile, our military and police, all have intense weaponry and laser capabilities and ridiculous things, and I've spoken about this before, but the right to bear arms has nothing to do with that was co-opted into uh it was conflated with weaponry for in America only. In England, where these laws were initially drawn up, it has everything to do with your right as a landowner, as a regent in your area. And this came down to common folk wanting the same rights to a caste system as the royalty used. Because royalty is a caste system, just like in India. It's the same exact concept. It just they have different versions of it. But like I was saying before, you can have the lowest form of a lord of any land. So say the second cousin of the queen's ex-boyfriend. He can come into your town and still you're jack crap, even though you're a wealthy landowner. Because you're not part of that royal bloodline, they'll look at you and they'll say, look, You have no crest, you have no shield, you have no arms. That's what that is. The arms of their house, their family bloodline name. Because you're not allowed to have arms, because that was the law up until a slight revolt from the common folk, into where the the crown allowed people to have to bear arms. They gave them the right to bear arms. Had nothing to do with military, had nothing to do with weaponry, and America co-opted, because everything is a mirror of what goes on in the European countries. London, England specifically, obviously, that's where we came from, bruv. But that's been conflated with military, with the right to bear arms, as in like arms, as in like sidearms, and we can see it for what the joke it is, and the joke is we're relying on government to say whether or not we can protect ourselves. Wake up! If you wake up and think my government has my best interests at heart, okay, they can bust down your door and waste only one bullet on you. They're gonna have to expend a lot more bullets on me. That's I mean, at the end of the day, that's kind of like my mindset. That's not to say that's the ideal way about going about anything. Of course not. But that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a government that's willing to expend bullets. They got them, and you can't get them easily. How far are we going to let this go? Are we going to be, you know, are they going to come in, check how sharp our pencils are in our house? Hey, we heard you had some sharp, you know, some Dixon Ticonderogas around here. You can't use Dixon Ticonderoga anymore. Those are banned. They get too sharp and they could be used as a weapon. It's like, holy shit. Where are we going with this? This is, so this is really, this is such a nothing burger of a story. It's so stupid. And it's everybody should be able to see through this jargon. The fact remains, though, they tell us what they're doing little by little and right into our faces. This is setting a precedence for either this next regime to come in. Like I said, look for Trump to be the one to usher in more gun reform. And I'm not to say that he hasn't been quoted, as saying things such as, take the guns away first, democracy second, or whatever. Um, Not democracy, but I can't remember. Um, Either way, he's been quoted as anti-gun, but that's not, I don't think, the general consensus of all the flag waving good old boys from the, logging country. I don't think if you were to ask them, they would think that. They would think that Trump would never take their guns away. He's all about human rights. He's going to fix the schools. He's going to fix all these things. Remains to be seen, but from where I'm sitting, these people are used as divisive tools to flip the script on all of us. Because who are you going to run to? Are the liberals going to be a shoulder to cry on for you? Are your shoulders to cry on for the liberals now? Nope. It's all a big competition. It's all a big game. My team's winning. My team's winning. We all losing. That's the end of the day. We're all losing. And until we stop looking to the government for our rights, like little gerbils waiting for them to refill our little water so we can get back to running around in our pointless fucking hamster wheel, this is just going to get worse and worse and worse. Till, like I said, they're going to be monitoring our pencil sharpness.
Yeah, and it's just getting to the point too where and everything is becoming too it's no different than you're going to have an electric vehicle. It's the only car you're going to be able to drive. You won't be able to have a gas vehicle no more. You're going to have to have $100,000 for the newest Tesla model, and you're going to have $200,000 for that Tesla truck by the time. It's like they're trying to and even with the the guns too. It's in all the different the laws and them, and all the different things they have. It's like, well, yeah, and you can't even own an automatic weapon. So it's like they can own all the automatic weapons and we can't own the automatic weapons. So it's like we're supposed to have, we're supposed to be on par with what they have. Whatever they have, we're supposed to have, and we can't even have an automatic weapon. So I mean, we don't even have, what rights on any level do we even have at this point? It's like, and you just see how they just go about things, and trying to, um, you know, take things away or change things over time. And if we are, like I've said before, Republican is a war candidate. If we are going to some kind of war, or there is going to be a war, or if it's what we even think it's going to be, or what it even appears that it possibly could be. you know what are most people, it's like I said, you have the FEMA camps, you have the FEMA coffins, you have these people that are just going to be, most people are just, you know if they're, if we end up in like a situation where, it's like martial law, or we end up in a situation where it's like, you know you can't, you know do anything unless, you say, if the we're trying to get on a new, currency or something, everyone's going to have to try and, you know they're going to want to be part of the new world or new system or something, so they're all going to have to, abide by the rules. Oh, well, under this system, you can't, own a you can only own a pistol, and you can only have 10 rounds in it. Anything more, it's, you can't have it. You can only own this type of bullet. It's going to be that type of world. You're not going to be able to purchase things the same. You're not going to be able to do things the same. You're going to have a loss of, um, value on all levels from all this, because it's like, for what they want, it's like, like I was saying, like with Tesla, and you look at the infrastructure for that. I mean, we don't even have that kind of infrastructure here. That kind of infrastructure isn't even here for what they want, and what they're trying to make. And so, they're pushing us to a head on all fronts, and it's not even like, people have, um you know what are people going to do when it's like, you know depending on, like I said, where you, because I know there was people, in Seattle, when the cyclone bomb happened, they were charging their, uh house with their Tesla. That's how they were getting power, with their Tesla. And then there's some people who are getting it out of the F1 Ford, battery, because somehow with the F1 Ford truck, it gives enough battery power or something to do stuff. So,
Probably have
uh,
outlets in the truck.
yeah. So they were, it's just weird. So all the people that had like Teslas and stuff, they basically had their own like generators and stuff. So it's like they're trying to, make things that are kind of dumb be more multifaceted, so more people are going to go along with it. It's like I said before, it's just everyone's going to be in the bubble world. It's going to be the bubble world for these people. You can't, oh, well, you can't own this gun because, this gun was, it was used during this time, and it fired these rounds, and these rounds were, you know deadly rounds, and you can only own this type of gun now with this type of bullet, because these, this is just too dangerous. It's going to be, oh, this is too much, and oh, you can't have a painted weapon because we don't know what it is, and it could be an airsoft gun. And it's just, they're going to make stupid rules out of things. They're going to, box people in. And, um with stories like this, with the, these assassination type deals, will we see something, with Trump or someone else along the lines, coming up, where, that turns the tide of everything? That's another question too, because this is something that's just been ramping up this year. In the last so many months, it's just gotten out of hand. I mean, I've never seen in my life this many stories. It's been ridiculous. It's been literally one a month, um, of these assassination type plots. So, is this going to be to the point leading up to an actual, what, well, it won't be a real assassination, we know that, but where it's going to be an exit stage left type of deal for someone or something. And then, does that get us into, like I said, World War III, or does that get us into, the new, the next phase of the agenda? That's kind of what I'm looking at out of it, because it's like, you know this ain't going away anytime soon. And like I said, we're in a dangerous time because all these people, like I said, that the Trumpers think that things are, it's hope for the hopeless. People think that things are going to get better because they have nothing else to do. It's like, oh yeah, it's got to get better, man. Trump, he's going to get in there and he's going to drain the swamp and fight the deep state. And then so you have all these people right now that are thinking optimistically right now for 2025.
The
But they
White
don't
Hat.
really. Yeah, they're just sleepwalking. They're just sleepwalking their way into 2025, not even you know prepared or seeing or wanting to see what's coming. So you have all these people on all these different levels. I mean, I won't be surprised uh if we get you know maybe more. It depends if they want to, because it's like lately too, like there hasn't been a lot of like, big shootings. It's been these assassination type plots. So do we get, one of these? Will they go back to maybe the more shooting types, or like I said, are we finally going to get some kind of what appears to be an assassination to really get the ball rolling?
Yeah, that does remain to be seen. But I do let your point about exit stage left. It's like you know I still stand by. I think all the coding and all the it can be whatever they really want it to be. It's already set in stone somewhere. They already know the script. But from the outside looking in, I do see Biden dying of COVID. That's just to me. That's just something that has been kind of like. And whether or not he goes in his, he passes in his sleep, I see that as another easy way of, um, closing the chapter on. And otherwise, you look at these people that are allowed the stage for as long as they're allowed it, and it's just like, how have we let this guy be up? He's just been such a wet blanket and a weird dude his entire career. Why are these people? And he became our president at the oldest age, oldest president. It's just like, how right now? You think about people's priorities, like even let's say the super liberal people. Why would they want an old white dude? I still don't even understand what's going on here. Like how we even got a Biden. Obviously, I'm understand that the voting process made no made no matter. But like I said, there's stuff that's like put out in front of our face in order to drive a narrative, and then there's to my point, it's just like algorithms, feeding us constant stories affirming, the where other people are at their dispositions, whereas it's manufactured. You go knock on 10 of your neighbors' doors, you know, one of them less than 1% of those people would you know have any weird animosity towards you. But what you see is like the insane left and the insane right going at it all day. That you think that this is a large swath of our population. And yeah, it could be a large swath of the population, but it's not anywhere near the majority. And but when you have the centric people, the people in the center thinking this about the people around them, it just makes the idea so much bigger, and that's how they move people's minds and spirits, is that we think that the people around us are at large all, you know, basically unsavable or not worth our time or effort. And that's where, that's a flaw in the fighters mentality. And as fighters, we need to, you know, not be blindly optimistic. And not, we also need to know when it's worth, expending energy to try to um, teach or endow people with a different way of thinking, or bestow maybe is a better word. But at the very least, stories like this, they should serve no other purpose than a wake up call to people for the agendas that are going to happen months down the line. And it's it's proven. This is how they do it. They set the precedent, And before you know it, the news story, a la Roe v. Wade. Look at how they can do it. They can do it. They got decades. They can do it. They're not on any rush to, you know, on we can put them in a rush. We can do that. But the fact that we're just walking around bumping into each other and everything else, they can take as long as they need to get these plans to match up to the perfect days, and they can continue to use their little math tricks and, you know, by in doing so suppress the real power behind the mathematics. Because I do think that there's a power behind mathematics. I think it's a magic. I think mathematics is one form of magic that is widely known, but we just don't know the application of what it is. I think it has to do with resonance and shape and what if we were to understand 3D, 2D shape, um, like how they work together. So like the 2D to the 3D plane, if we knew how to like, it's a bad time to blank on what I'm thinking of, but in order to kind of like fuse those worlds, I think that there's magic in that. I think I think that's how you can truly make something disappear, type of deal. Um, that sounds like a weird thing to say, but I mean, like, if you were to be able to make an object for 3D into 2D, like that would be magical, right in front of your eyes. I think that's where I think magic tricks came from, and now it is sleight of hand. But I think that there was a time when you could just do certain things. I know this is getting a little off kilter with what we're talking about, but we're ruled over by organizations that use a form of magic that has been co-opted and changed into manipulation magic, and that that group being overall, it's taken many forms and many names, but it's always been clandestine, if you will, because they are the ruling class of past resets. They set the tone coming, as inheritors of the world that we come out of, um, upheaval, whether or not it's a flood or um, great world changing wars, where you have stories of enough people, a large enough percentage of a population dying to actually, not meet replacement level. So what happened to humanity? That humanity, did it go and stay extinct while the controllers, went underground? And these might be some overarching themes that are for another day. Point being is, what's come out of it is, in our world as we know them, title wise, is the Catholic Church, and specifically the highest forms of it, the Vatican, the papacy, and trickling down from there, you have different orders branching out. Obviously, we talk about the Jesuit order a lot because they are considered the military hand of said Catholic Church, and so they take on the operations that we see on a day to day basis. You know, they might military doesn't mean rockets fired from their town over to us necessarily. It means, art of war type of um fighting, where that they're the unseen, not that we see them, but for the most part they're able to do things from behind the shadows as a missionary organization of a Catholic Church that still somehow is able to preserve their name and legacy no matter what comes out about them. Is anybody not questioning that? It's like, is that a makings of a good organization? If you were to think of an organization, say like these pharmaceutical organizations, why do we keep how have we not collectively all refused to take another prescription from Johnson and Johnson or um, Merck? or any of these organizations, Glasgow Smith. What's the one that's been sued more than any other? Pfizer. Yeah, sorry, I blanked on the big one. Yeah, how could we possibly allow it to happen? Same goes with me for the Catholic Church. I'm not sitting here trying to condemn anybody for their beliefs, but like, okay, there's what you believe about in that book. But what about everything in front of your eyes that you've seen and all the stories you've heard? I don't care what's in that book. If the people representing you are doing that, then you should distance yourself and you can do whatever you want with that book. You can take it how you want it. You can even keep believing the same things that they were saying by yourself. Why do you hold them up in order for them to commit atrocities, whether or not it's, to children or to native populations or the Crusades? Um, I don't understand how the Catholic Church is even allowed to exist as it is. It's just really strange to me. Not to single them out against any other religion. I'm not talking about religion right now. I'm talking about like logistically, historically, what they've been able to do and still not be infamous enough to not be the largest. I guess some Muslim faiths are larger nowadays, but you know, if anybody knows, if everybody for anybody in the know, the three Abrahamic religions, in case you were wondering, Christianity derives from Catholicism, and uh, there's a lot of overlap with the Quran and the Catholic Bible, the Bible, and uh, how their organizations are set up. Um, I think a lot of people would have, on the stage we see Islamic terrorists and Islam as like this crazy other sect of religions. Well, do some research. You'd be surprised the overlap of how their structure set up and in comparison to our major religions or Western major religions. But for point of reference, I'm speaking, obviously about the Catholic Church and the Jesuits. It's really the gift that keeps on giving. I said the other day that nobody wants to begin with, but we could go a million different ways to start to to lean into this subject, and we kind of already have. Like what we've been talking about, he's like, yeah, we're talking about logistically what we need to do is, on the ground level, but we're talking about upending a system that's put in place by Jesuit overlords, the Catholic Church, the military industrial complex that's been created by said overlords and Jesuits and stuff. So, I think a lot of it has to do with just, cursory knowledge of who it is that we are dealing with. They have a story, they have contrived a contrived background, and then from there we can talk about all the other things they've had their fingerprints on, whether or not it's 9/11 or um, the scamdemic, to really any take your pick. There, the selections, the founding of our country. I mean, there's not a lot of places that where something major's happened and you can't pick out a couple Jesuits in the back there. So to start, there's of course their founder, who Ignatius of Loyola, who famously was shot on the battlefield of a. Guess I should know this. I forget which strife was going on at the time he was shot. It was early 1500s, but so forgive me for not remembering exactly which battle took place, if it even ever happened. But he was famously shot with a cannonball, hence Cannonball Day on May 20th. That's in veneration and memory of him being shot with a cannonball and becoming a soldier going from a soldier to a man of modest means and eventual formation of a specific doctrine uh, to serve the Catholic Church, the Catholic Pope at the time, which him and 7 other members here, the founders, formed the Society of Jesus, otherwise known as the Jesuits. And here's their motto right here: "Iustus hominum salvator." There's debate on what it means, but it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. What matters is the symbolism you're able to see here. The 3 nails symbolizing triclavianism, which is the belief that Jesus was the capital form of capital punishment Rome used, uh, you know, crucifying people. The 32 rays of their sun rays of their logo here, signifying not only a numeric symbol being the 32 rays, but also the fact that they serve a sun cult, Catholic Church, um, down to their founding date, which when you start, it's there's certain things like the birthday, Google's birthday, or what their founding. It's not their birthday. It's actually, instead of the day that they were founded as their birthday, they use the day they say they had the largest amount of search engine traffic, which just happens to be September 27th. So they're like, oh, let's go with that as our birthday. No, it's because they're paying homage to, because they're a Jesuit ran organization, uh, paying homage to their founder, Ignatius of Loyola. Just for a quick excerpt, this is from a book that I potentially plan on looking for a PDF and reading, called Truth Triumphant, just because it seemed relatively had some good information. But this is a quote from it that I found this picture of. It says, "When it seemed as if the Church of Rome were mined and crushed by the Reformation," we'll get into that, "the order of the Jesuits was formed, the most powerful and cruel of all of the orders within the papacy. It undertook, first of all, to capture colleges and universities, then to climb to power in the state. It succeeded in dominating certain nations and persecuting with unspeakable cruelty that Protestantism which it was invented to destroy." This is by a quote from a book by Benjamin Wilkinson called "The Truth Triumphant," which we'll see if I can find a copy of it, read, and give my thoughts on it. But I thought that this was a poignant uh, quote for, I could sit here and talk about their facade, or I could just, take it from the start. Fraud, sun cult, fraud, inheritors. This is what we're dealing with. We're a group of 7 clandestine people. These are not random college roomies that, just happen to meet each other by chance. This was always going to be, down to their birthdays, down to the day they're shot in war, down to all those goodies, and we can talk about that further on. But anything to add to Mr. Ignatius?
Well, of course, I mean, it was September 27th is, got 95 days left in the year.
Exactly.
Which yeah, just the 95 theses, but
The Reformation they're talking about right here. That's what they're speaking on.
yeah.
Which speaking of, that is the next slide here. This is famously Martin Luther, not to be confused with Martin Luther King Jr. Obviously, slightly different appearance, in appearance at least. But this is him famously pinning the 95 Theses, a 95 point counter doctrine or counter ideas. This was common, anyway, this is how they had they pin their ideas and their, can't think of the word for it. Anyway, they pinned this to the church, the Catholic Church, on Halloween of all days, October 31st. Martin Luther famously penned it. This is all having to do with condolences. Catholic Church works on condolences, and if you don't know what those are, I can give you a quick rundown. This is, do your own research, obviously, but basically, it works in a way that all major cults and religions have done it, down, from down to Mithraism or Greek and Roman systems that they had in place, to where you pay condolences. They have different levels, rather than, venerating different gods like Romans did back in the day. They consolidate it down into one God, but that God is willing to forgive your family members for their transgressions if they weren't able to be saved on the earthly plane. All you got to do is, fill the coffers at church, and, it's basically pay a subscription fee to keep your family members out of purgatory. So real fun, like when you think about it, like, yeah, this is something worth, a system worth holding up. This is something worth, being proud of being a part of. But this he pinned this 95 point thing. Really, most of it had to do with the church and how they they were propelling, they were keeping leadership. What they're gatekeeping. They're they didn't have a style of preaching, and God, I can't think of all the religious terminology that I do know, but I'm like having trouble. I'm blanking on it, but liturgy or something like that. They were he didn't like their style of preaching and bringing up new priests. First of all, so that was one problem he had. Keep in mind, this is a Catholic. There's no such thing as Lutheranism yet. He is Martin Luther. This is he spawned that. So at the time, he is a devout Catholic, but he has this he has this reformation for the church in his idea to get it back to, for the people. So we're told. And but like I said, 90% of it has to do with the church's condolences, their ability to accept money for what is what he deemed as, pretty much anti godly, I would assume. Anyway, um, this here talks a little bit about the Counter Reformation, which is the inception of the Jesuits. Because of this Reformation by Martin Luther and the eventual spawning of Lutheranism, which is where you get the Lutheran churches from. A lot of people don't understand that if you're going into a Lutheran church or almost any denomination of Christian churches nowadays, you are still doing all the same rituals that Catholic churches do. So what really are you doing? You're still eating the cracker and drinking the grape juice. The sacrament and the Eucharist, eh, they have an energy signature. There's a reason they do the things that they do. But interestingly enough, you have Counter Reformation in gematria and reduction equaling 95. Interestingly, because the name of the paper was the 95 Theses. But not only that, like you said, the day leaving, or September 27th, the founding of the Jesuit order leaves 95 days left in the year, and they were made to counter the Reformation of Martin Luther's 95 Theses, and just spelling out the 95 Theses, what equals 95. So
Yeah, the internet
interesting.
85 too. The internet, yeah, the AOL, and then it's like and then Google's birthday too, September 27th, 95 days left in the year, so it's all connected.
Yeah, speaking of connecting everything, that's definitely what the internet was there to do. And I think there is some good to the internet. I think it's our, we got to work with what we have. It's basically our only shot, unless we're all just going to become, small time engineers and really put the ham radio back on the map. I think we're kind of I think we kind of got to go with what we got. But I do want to take a minute to read this Jesuit oath. Now, whether or not you've heard this before, it's hotly contested, and obviously Jesuits say that this is a hoax. This is not real. This was created by counter reformationists to, put a bad name to the Jesuits. But let me just, let's see if anybody who has any ideas of the Jesuits or their goings on and their doings in the past and to this day, see if any of this kind of rings true. And it really is, parental discretion advised or whatever. It's, it's sick. I don't like reading it, but I think it's important for people to understand whether or not this is truly written by a Jesuit, and this is the oath they have to take. Sure, whatever. It's still this makes sense. So it reads, I now, in the presence of the Almighty God, the Blessed Virgin Mary, the Blessed Michael the Archangel, and the Blessed Saint John the Baptist, and my ghostly father, the Superior General of the Society of Jesus, founded by Saint Ignatius Loyola, do by the womb of the Virgin swear that His Holiness the Pope is Christ's vice regent and is the true and only head of the Catholic or Universal Church. Universal Church. Keep that in mind too. Since when are they universal? It's like globally, sure, but universal? Interesting.
Yeah.
I do now renounce and disown any allegiance is due to any heretical king, prince, or state, named Protestant or liberal, or obedience to any of their laws or magistrates or officers. I do further declare the doctrine of the Church of England and Scotland and of Calvinists. I should have had something on Calvinists too. That's worth looking up, and we might talk about that later. Huguenots and other of the name of Protestant or liberal, to be damnable and themselves to be damned, who will not forsake the same. I do further promise and declare that notwithstanding I am dispensed with to assume my religion. By the way, this is not Austin's not my handler, and this isn't me doing the oath. This isn't my ritual here. I'm just reading it. Anyway. I just thought of that. To keep okay. I am dispensed with to assume my religion heretical for the propagation of Mother Church's interests, to keep secret and private all her agents' counsels from time to time as they interest me, and not divulge directly or indirectly by word, writing, or circumstances whatever. I do furthermore promise and declare that I will, when opportunity presents, make and wage relentless war, secretly or openly, against all heretics, Protestants, and liberals, as I am directed to extirpate them from the face of the earth, and that I will spare neither age, sex, or condition, and that I will hang, burn, waste, boil, flay, strangle, and bury alive those infamous heretics, rip up the stomachs and wombs of the women, and crush their infants' heads against the wall in order to annihilate their execrable race. That when the same cannot be done openly, I will secretly use the poisonous cup, the strangulating cords, the steel of the poniard, or the leaden bullets, regardless of the honor, rank, dignity, or authority of the persons, whatever may be their condition in life, either public or private, as I at any time may be directed to by any agent of the Pope, or the superior of the Holy Father of the Society of Jesus. In confirmation of which I hereby dedicate my life, my soul, and my corporeal powers. And with this dagger, which I now receive, I will subscribe my name written in my blood and testimony thereof. And should I prove false or weaken in my determination, may my brethren and fellow soldiers of the militia of the Pope cut off my hands and my feet and my throat from ear to ear, rip my belly open, and sulphur my burn therein, and all the punishments that can be inflicted on me on earth, and my soul be tortured by demons in an eternal hell forever. In testimony thereof, I take this most holy and blessed sacrament of the Eucharist, and witness the same further with my name written with the point of this dagger, dipped in my own blood, and sealed in the face of the Holy Covenant. Fun. So yeah, it's very similar to remembering Bible verses in Bible school. Sort of. But yeah, I mean, whether or not this is a hoax or whatever, who cares? This is true. It's true. They do that. They commonly use Is it arsenic? Um, anyway,
Arsenic, yeah, poison.
famously the 3-day Pope, just slid
Yeah.
into. But there are several examples of it. The Nazi regime was modeled after the Jesuits, and commonly they had teeth pulled in order to have a false tooth put in there with cyanide, with a cyanide pill. Arsenic and cyanide, same kind of difference. But yeah, if they were ever captured as a prisoner of war, they would knock their tooth out and swallow the pill and die, so they didn't spill state secrets. But digging a little bit, moving on just a little bit down the line, you had you have this shuffling, this juggling of it's almost like keeping them at arm's length so that to not arouse suspicion back in the day, because you also got to realize there are far less people in the world. Yes, information didn't travel as fast, but when it did travel, you had, I think, a group of people that were more willing to do something about it if they sensed, a disturbance in the force, if they sensed that their family's well-being could be at risk from these organizations. So I think to keep things under wrap, when you had almost the whole world practicing a form of Christianity based on the Catholic Church, that rather than lose that through your military arm becoming uh, found out, if you will, or you know, having their associations be too close to what is supposed to be a heavenly organization, the Catholic Church. They had this back and forth where certain popes would come in and they'd say the Jesuits are bad, and then other popes would come in and they say, "Come on back, Jesuits, you're fine." And so they just kept doing that. But in one, you had Pope Clement the 14th suppressed the Jesuits in 1773. Keep in mind, this is 3 years before the founding of America. So this, you can have your ideas about, you know, what was going on back then, but there was a large shift going on, and they were making moves. My point being is they were making moves. This is huge. This is a huge story for the world to understand that. Also, our perceptions on Russia and Asia as a continent are highly skewed. Um, Russia, I think if you asked anybody, we see it so white nowadays. It's so whitewashed in our heads. But look at Russia and then look at Middle Eastern, look at all the stand countries that have brown people or Moorish people, if you will. Um, their cities are built the same. Um, it's a topic for another time. Either way, in this era, it is being ruled by a white dynasty that you see throughout the world, whether or not it's England or Russia or France or Spain or Germany, blah blah blah, yada yada yada, on and on and on. But long story short, they were suppressed, which means they put out Pope Clement put out a papal bull, um, basically voiding the Jesuits' contract with the Catholic Church. Let's just put it in layman's terms, which meant that they weren't able to practice in the countries that the Catholics were practicing in, basically everywhere. So, in doing so, Russia said, "Nah, come on. We love what you Jesuits do. Come on down to Russia. We got you." And Catherine the Great preserved 201 Jesuits. What a weird number. Not 199, not 205, let's not round this thing off at 200. It's like, anyway, 201. What incredible. We all, I don't have it written down here, which I was in a time crunch. I was going to add it, but obviously we've spoken about this. 201 is a huge number with the Jesuit order. The Jesuit order equals 201. Order of Illuminati equals 201. Formed by Adam Weishaupt, Jesuit. There's countless examples. Catholic Pope equals 201. Triclavianism equals 201. I still think we're due making like an indexed list of it for people to actually see. And probably when we pound pavement, it'd be nice to have little, some sort of signage for that kind of stuff too. Anyway, as far as this presentation goes, just a real quick overview on Catherine the Great. As you see here, born on May 2nd, where she comes from in the world and the main countries, because obviously this is before um, America's formation. So we're told, at least the British occupancy of America. She would have wrote this date down 5/2, and Pope equals 52. Catherine equals 52. Pomerania, where she comes from, equals 52. The Pope that suppressed the Jesuits equals 52. And you also notice the 47 to go along with that. Once again, you see that number pop up quite a lot. I won't go too far into it in this particular presentation, but just thought I would point that out, showing you the overlap there. The 201 Jesuits that she acquired was in 1772. And I know it says that they suppressed the Jesuits worldwide on 1773. The initial papal bull was in either 72 or I can't remember the exact year it was, but it was before the worldwide suppression. They initially just suppressed them from certain countries from practicing their faith or like recruiting basically. And just, the overlap, Jesuit order, one of their heavy numbers is 72. The overlap between the Holy Roman Empire and Society of Jesus here being the 187. Holy Roman Empire being important because that's the functioning form of government that Russia was under, was the Holy Roman Empire. Just a small little side note there. But yeah, as far as we're told, they would be all but vanquished if it weren't for this fat bitch. No, but yeah, I mean, but you look at the signage they give you, and anybody that has any keen eye or knowledge about portraits and like the idea behind them and Regency and it's less about the person's face and their appearance, and it's more about the symbols, the symbology, what she's holding, what's on her. And if you see right here, this is a common thing. You even have pictures of Jesus holding this. It's this ball with like the lines on it. I'm sure I'll come across it at some point, but she has what people would perceive as a Templar cross. Well, this symbol goes back even far beyond that. And without discussing it too much further, just realize when you're looking at these photos of old, who knows if this person will even existed as they are in this portrait. Just know that similar to like coats of arms for royal families, it's more important is the symbology and what they represent. There's people that can read that. Like, people could read this picture without ever looking at her face. There's a story being told. Just realize that when it comes to like art and portraits, and especially of royalty. But yeah, just some cursory, just like at a glance, um, bullshittery and stuff you can track down with gematria, um, to see that they were definitely coding things, a planned script to, oh, Jesuits, you guys are bad guys. I'm the good Pope. I'm coming in here and I'm cleaning house. I'm draining the swamp. I'm draining the clergy swamp. But interestingly enough, we were just talking about Sophie Rain, which is which is interesting because what I was thinking too about Sophie Rain is, they'll commonly use rain as in like cloud rain, but like the idea behind it is REIGN, like the reign of royalty.
Yeah.
And actually, Catherine's actual name is Sophie. So interesting little weird connection from what we were talking about earlier because that was off the cuff. We just randomly decided to bring up that OnlyFans garbage.
Yeah, and the rain will kill us all, like that Slipknot song,
Hmm.
"Social," and the rain will kill us
Oh,
all.
that happens all the time. Yeah, I talked about the story in music. Well, that's like one of the if you start listening, you're gonna start hearing rain in so many songs, and it's just like they can't all be singing about the same damn thing. Next, I do. This is just like a funny little thing. We'll take a break from our our main presentation. This is something that was kind of like a side note. I was watching a video on Atlantis actually, and this guy was giving a presentation in the documentary, and he randomly uh, was talking about this man here, but he forgot his name. Long story short, and someone from the crowd knew who he was talking about, and granted, I'm sitting here watching this. I'm already well aware of the Jesuits and the Jesuit order. I'm not expecting to hear anything about the Jesuit order, openly in this documentary about Atlantis. But someone from the crowd yells, "Ignatius Loyola," and I'm just like, I perk up and I'm just like, what was that? What? And the guy's like, oh yes, of course, yes, it was him who posited this blah blah blah, and I'm just like, huh? So I have to pause it. I look up. I'm like, what did Ignatius of Loyola have to do with Atlantis? I never heard this. I didn't hear this. This is something that somehow got past me. Well, it's not Ignatius of Loyola, but it is Ignatius Loyola Donnelly, who was an American politician. He was the lieutenant governor of Minnesota, congressman, but also a fringe scientist. And he had a lot to do with if you've ever heard of Bimini Road, which are these like man-made structures off the coast of Florida. That these huge megalithic stone walk pathways and out of limestone and coquina. If you've never heard of that, it's like a super hard um, geopolymer mix. So it's like they would take different rocks, break them down, and turn them into another thing, which that could lead into a whole nother discussion, but I'll leave it there. But yeah, Bimini Road, look it up. He was like somehow mixed up into this, even though he was in the middle states. He was, somehow caught up with Atlantis and Helena Blavatsky, who's, super common in anybody looking up occult literature and stuff like that. Rudolf Steiner's another one. I'm not familiar with James Churchward, but I will definitely start to look up, try to remember to look these things up. But he honestly, if you do look this guy up, it's interesting depending on your perspective on things. If you're into like some of the pseudoscience they call it, he a lot of what he says actually lines up with what I tend to think about the catastrophes that have hit our world, and specifically Atlantis. I know people have a fanciful idea about it, but really it's a seafaring type of people that had to do with trade and worldwide route seafaring routes and stuff like that. When you realize what Atlantis represented, you'll look at things like the Lewis and Clark Trail and start to understand. Oh, that had a lot to do with mapping waterways and canals for trade routes, which that's what the world was all about. But anyway, just it's one thing to just hear that name out of the blue when I'm not trying to hear it. I'm just watching something about Atlantis, and all of a sudden Ignatius Loyola's in my head. I'm just like, what the hell? Who is this guy? But his name is a match in all four ciphers to Ignatius of Loyola. So it's just a quick little nugget for you to just enjoy, because this honestly does it does happen a lot, but with something like this, I would hope that this would, for somebody, that this would prove. By the way, he's born November 3rd, which is highly associated with Jewish ability to lie to goyim. I don't, and I want to say this guy's Jewish. He might not be though. I'll rescind that right for now because I forget. But I did anyway. Maybe that's something I should have remembered. But if he is, that it's a pretty funny contrived birthday there, because 113 is what is it? The chapter of the Talmud or whatever it is, where it talks about they can lie in a professional setting to goyim, blah blah blah. Anyway, I just thought that was a little funny. But back to the presentation, we have another key figure in Jesuit history, and that's none other than Adam Weishaupt, the fake person that was made up because the Illuminati doesn't exist, and I'm just a liar. So let's just go to the next. No, I'm just kidding. No, but I mean, you have historical record of the Bavarian Illuminati, and it's the extent that it reached, and then they'll tell you, oh, you know, some politicians decided, and some country leaders decided they just weren't jiving with that idea, so they stopped. You know, as one would, MK Ultra, they stopped these programs. They don't do that anymore because people said they didn't want to do it anymore, so they stopped. Simple. Anyway, some key notes with him. You have his name equaling 51. Famously, the Bavarian Illuminati was formed on May 1st. This is 1776, the same year that our country was supposedly founded, or not founded, but the Constitution was not ratified, but it was drawn up, and we were called a country, united country, whatever. But Order of Illuminati, I spoke about this equaling 201. Obviously important for the main reason, connecting them to the Jesuits and their veneration of the number 201. But apart from that, you have the anniversary of the founding of the Bavarian Illuminati to the day he died. That's 201 days later. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, though. I'm sure that was nothing planned out or anything like that. His actual name, his first name, Johann, 6226. If you take a look at his birthday there, we talk about how the Illuminati was formed in 1776 alongside America. Well, guess how America would write that date down? They would write it 6/2, like 62. Well, the rest of the world will write it 2/6. So did I do that right? No. Other way around. Sorry. But you get my point. Either way, you write it down. Either way, it's written down in the world. It matches his birthday, and that's his first name. You obviously you have the connection to God, equaling 26. His assumed name, even though it's his middle name, which I don't know how that works. It might, he might go by that name, and that's just a culture difference. Whatever. Either way, that equals 26. You think about God and Adam. God made Adam, and that just shows you the religious playbook that these people are working off of. What do you got on these? What do you got on these dudes? This fake organization.
Yeah, the Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt there, and then of course there was, there's obviously the Freemasons. There's the, there's the Crusades. There was the, Knights Templar. There was a lot of things going on. Interesting. Well, the Crusades too. They are Crusades. there's 9 crusades, um, back from in the early starting from like 1,000, like 1,200. Of course, there was because Freemasonry started in 1717. That was 59 years before the Illuminati. Of course, Freemasonry equals 59 as well. Um,
Yeah, like you're saying, you had the 9 crusades, and thought I let's see.
yeah, and they started in like 1095, so you have the 95 again, and ended in
Mhm.
1291, so you have the 91, um, the 19. Um, it's interesting too. Knights Templars got that 65.
Mhm.
It's got the 65 like Kurt Donald Cobain in the same one. It's kind of interesting. All the 65s.
Yeah, I was coming across a lot of 65s. I don't know if I got them all down because I wasn't maybe noticing the connection, but I've maybe mainly because I forgot about Knights Templar equaling 65. But in my research, maybe even with Adam Weishaupt, is that one? No, that's okay. There's definitely other 65s. Kind of makes me wish I kept all the numbers up on the presentation, but I just kind of wanted to point out overlaps. Interesting.
It's interesting too. The Knights Templar they ceased operations too on March 22nd, 322 of 1312. So you got the 322, and then
Oh, another Pope Clement, huh? So you see what I'm talking about? You had a Pope Clement the Fifth disbanding the Templars, and you had another Knights Pope Clement barring the Jesuits,
yep, it's all you can just see how it's all connected.
and that leads to Friday the 13th, of course, the burning at the stake, supposedly.
In knight, the word knight equals well, it's got 69 like Illuminati. It's got the 33.
Hmm. Masonry numbers.
Yep. Knights equals 88 like Trump. It's got the 34, the 38 like death, murder, killing, gematria.
And Knights is such a broad reaching term too, because you have so many different societies that go by knights. Knights of Malta, Knights Templar, Knights of the Golden Circle. I mean, I don't know them all off the top of my head. There's so many. Knights of Pythia, or yeah, there's several organizations that use knights as their titular honors or whatever. I mean, you even have, obviously the British Crown knighting even frivolous actors or gay pianists like Elton John. Sorry, Sir Elton John.
Yeah, and Crusades equals it's got the 27 and the 54. It's got the ritual numbers.
Hmm. I mean, nothing but.
And look at Crusade, it's got the 26 like God, 26 letters in the alphabet.
That's what
Cobain,
it had to do about. And also the
46, yep.
like
Sacrifice.
exactly.
And if you write
Yeah.
out the Crusades, it equals 123. Conspiracy, and then you got the 42 as well. And Crusader equals 55 like Satan.
I mean, oh yeah. I mean, you understand what these people are actually truly venerating and what they're um modeling their societies after. These are Luciferianists, Um, you can conflate Satan with Lucifer. In my personal opinion, I think Satan represents Lucifer's ego. That's just my personal opinion. I think I'm not to say that Lucifer guaranteed existed either. I'm not trying, whatever it is, what it is. We all have different ideas about things, but in my personal opinion, I think Satan is a manifestation of his ego. Not they're not the same person necessarily, or that's just my personal opinion.
I agree. I got the same opinion too. The in the Satan. Well, then it's like, we're just talking about the Crusades.
And Crusader's 35 as well as like Satan. So
Yep.
very, very good catch there. I didn't think to use Crusader like the term of what they are, and that's very, very interesting. Because yeah. No, keep going with what you're working with here. Oh,
Then I think I was saying with the 10 the Crusades was apparently from 1095, so you have the 95 again. See just how that came up again, and then you in the 1291. So you have the 19, the 91. And just the years, the timing.
mhm.
And then it was 1118. Some say it was 1119 when the Knights Templar started. It was I think they formed in 118, and then and it was 119 where that's when um they actually formed or something. It was like, it's because it was like two different sources depending on what you looked at, but it says 1118.
Mhm.
It also says 1119. So there's the 911,
Oh,
the 19 again, 911.
and this is like they do this weird thing where it's like these orders are religious at their core, and they hold up these religious ideas that or ideals even about it's weird. You'll find yourself caught up in them representing Christianity, yet you know what they're doing and how they're achieving it is just so far from it, and from what they're from the teachings. I mean, I can't remember which crusade it was. I almost want to say it, unless it was the Children's Crusade. That's kind of sick. But I think it was something. If it was the Fourth Crusade, I wouldn't be surprised because the deadliest crusade um, was said to, you know, um, they wrangled up. Maybe not the deadliest crusade, but definitely one of the like more insane stories about it is they wrangled up everybody from this town, and because they wouldn't conscript to Christianity, they locked the doors and to this huge church with everybody inside and began to and ran through them. you know they killed so many people in there that there was an actual the blood was actually you know they were sloshing around in blood. It was there was so much blood that it was actually pooling on the ground across the whole church. Maybe that's just imagery they're trying to give you, and then of course they burned it down. uh But, there's different stories about it. Point being is they're a religious order, their headquarters located they're in Jerusalem with their
Yep.
headquarters on Temple Mount, and this is a highly contested religious sanctuary, not sanctuary, if you will, but, it's highly, it's conflated with not conflated, but it's also, um, it has to do heavily with masonry as well, and, back to the King of Tyre and Solomon and the building of the third temple and all these different ideas that just keep being picked up and changed by all these different orders and organizations for different reasons. But you see here, I forget about the Order of Assassins. Of course, you got the um, Assassin's Creed logo, and those people would know it as today. I have no idea that it's a real thing because it's not real. It's Illuminati. It's a video game. Obviously, you got the Skull and Bones um, out of Yale. I forget about the Teutonic Knights too. What is that all about? Just something you don't say very often. Oh, Teutonic 35 and 46, like Sacrifice and Catholic and Crusade. That's 46 as well. Teutonic Knights 69, 84. Those are interesting numbers. But yeah, these there's several organizations, and I don't think we can go over them all tonight. That's for sure. But like to your point, the as well, like the masonry aspect of it too. Like I was talking about the Illuminati, and you have George Washington penning a letter in the National Archives talking about the the risk of the Illuminati infiltrating Freemasonry. We all know the founding fathers, blah blah blah, were Masons if they even existed in the way we know them. Um, but also, what was I going to say? Well, never mind. A little known fact about this is like the precursor to them being called the Illuminati. Uh, he called them, which I think was smart to pick a. I think one has a better ring to it. I think if he stuck with perfectibilists, I think we might not have as big an issue nowadays. So he was why he say I'm sure he took a counsel on that one. It's like guys, perfectibilists. It sounds so cool, and they're like, bro, Adam, chill. Let us handle this. Sounds so dumb. But if you look at the Gematria Perfectibilist, it is two cipher match with Jesuit order, which obviously him being a what they call a former Jesuit, which I don't think that is such thing if you're uh, conscripted into their order. I think you're either dead or still a Jesuit. But anyway, things like May 1st spelled out equals 51, like 5/1 equals 105, like Order of Illuminati, and is of course founded on 5/1. Uh, and then you talk about these things, and um, Abraham Lincoln. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Abraham Lincoln talked about the Civil War not having would have had happened if it not for the sinister influence of the darn Jesuits and their crazy dog. No, but speaking of Freemasonry and Illuminati, their connection is you have a Jesuit who makes the Illuminati, and I could have a bunch more screenshots up here about, but do your homework. If you don't know about Adam Weishaupt or the Illuminati's mission, look it up. Do some research and realize that their job was to infiltrate. Their job was to the quickest way into power was to go through organizations that already had it, rather than trying to diplomatically gain it. So, um, but all things considered, he was allowed to be a Freemason. So he was accepted into the order in 1777, and Adam Weishaupt died on a day with date numerology of 77. Not that not that these people use numbers and date numerology for their rituals or anything like that. It's just a coincidence. I mean, not to mention 1777. What an iconic number! That's the
Yeah.
God number. So very very interesting. It says here, of course, that he did create a quad. This is what the Masons will admit to, but they won't say that he was, doing what he was doing, which was supposedly, which was, converting, basically had his pickings on all sorts of easily impressionable men who would join an order that was willing to do socially impactful things in the world, whereas Masons might not be, unless you're much higher in the order. Like if you're up in the higher degrees of Freemasonry, there's more than likely that you're using your power and influence to enact change one way or another. Meanwhile, if you're in the blue lodges and you're just like lower level, you're just going to meetings and eating and being a weirdo. You know what I mean? So you can go up to those people and convince them, hey, join this other order of the Masons, the Illuminati, and you'll be in a much higher position, and you'll be able to enact social change quicker. And that's how so the Masons are like, sure, he was weird, and he did create a quasi Masonic society and recruited members from inside the fraternity, but he was just kind of weird. It's not like they denounce him or anything like that. They just say, oh, is what it is. I'm sure they weren't in leagues together. I'm sure he was so different than what the Masons were doing. They just allowed it to happen. Anyway, just a little side note, since obviously you bring up masonry when it comes to, because these are all hands on the same clock. They're all fingers on the same hand. These are all arms on the same body of the Catholic Church, and the Sun cult as a whole. This goes back to Babylon, if you will, where tricking a populace. I always talk about psychology. From its inception, we have had people come out of a reset with knowledge, foreknowledge, past knowledge, and the ability to manipulate the common people that are just trying to survive and do the best they can with what they have. You'll have people come along and espouse ideas of gods and magic to show the people, to fool them into a sense of religion and idolatry in order to gain veneration. And once the men, for instance, move from thinking the threat is an external, like, animal, a wild animal, or you know not having shelter during the winter, once that's provided for through the don't your toil and labor and slave labor and whatever other means that the religious organizations have built their dynasties on, then all your job is to do is to conscript you and your family into the worship of those organizations. And that's been the modus operandi since the beginning of our known time. And no, our known time is not Neanderthals, unless you think like one. They you'd be a fool to think that that's where we came from, and that's just like we were tadpoles, and then we were monkeys, then we were monkey men, and now we're us. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. And I'm sure one of these, I'm sure we're going to be alive for the first gorilla to turn into a half man, half gorilla. Still waiting. But enough about that. This is like a little fun one, and then we can maybe like talk about our, last couple points on the Jesuit order. I mean, this topic is going to keep getting brought up, and there's more and more and more. But as for the end of this episode, I'll try to keep it a little shorter and sweeter. But I know I've been yapping this whole time. Sorry, trying to get through this presentation. But the co-founder of the Jesuits, a lot of people don't, might not, in their research, they'll come up with so much about Ignatius of Loyola and forget that this weirdo was right there with them. Story goes, Ignatius of Loyola was 38 because he was older when he got, the Catholic Church was interested in him and allowed him to draw up an order for a organization, eventually the Jesuit order, and he was in a previous order Um, anyway, I forget the name of it. Whatever. He was in a previous order, so he had knowledge of how these societies were drawn up and built. And he went to a college to, in part of his what eventually became how to become a Jesuit. The story goes that Ignatius of Loyola was in the process of doing so, in the process of going through the different avenues to become a leader of the Jesuits. So nowadays you'll see a path like you have to have so many years in service, so many years in like ministry, so many years in college, blah blah blah. So he's in the process of that, and he's going to a college that this man's going to, and this man and his roommate. So Francis Xavier had him and another roommate, and Ignatius of Loyola was able to convince the roommate to basically join the cause, but he couldn't get Francis Xavier to, I guess, until one day the roommate left, and him and Xavier got to talking and smooching, I'm sure, and before you know it, he was part of the gang. But long story short, he eventually founded the St. Francis Xavier University in Nova Scotia. And interestingly enough, if you look on their website, I didn't know this, but this is no affiliation with Marvel at all. But their nicknames are for their constituents is the X-Men and X-Women. Never mind the X-Women for this particular point, because obviously the X-Men we think of in America for sure. We're going to think of the mutant organization, founded by Charles Xavier. Huh. That's just a little bit too much of a coincidence, in my opinion. Not to mention, Charles Xavier was shot, similar to how Ignatius of Loyola was shot before he started his ministry. Xavier was shot before he started his, what you could call a ministry, because he really does minister to mutants to have a sense of assimilation, which is them to get along with the humans, blah, blah, blah. But not to mention, his best friend is a Jew from the Holocaust who's Magneto, the main villain of the X-Men series. So you add that, and not to mention he's Catholic. As far I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong. He might be Christian, but I almost feel like he's shown to be Catholic. Charles Xavier, I mean, in X-Men. So you have a Catholic, potential Catholic either way, and a known Jew forming an alliance to begin with. They were best friends before they became mortal enemies. But I've just found that correlation rather interesting. You have the X-Men of Xavier, and you have Charles Xavier, the X-Man. So anyway, but let's take it to the gematria, and you have X-Men equaling 56 and 52. 52, if you hadn't noticed before, that's a big, Pope. The list goes on and on. Pope, Earth, Enlil, flood, all these biblical terms. Catherine the Great's born on 52. Catherine the Great equals 52. Saving the Jesuits, obviously. 56 being the key number of the Society of Jesus, as they're formally known, the Jesuits. As you can see right here, 56, just like X-Men. Holy Roman Empire, 187, like Society of Jesus. That's where this spawned from. The Catholic Church is obviously a branch of the Holy Roman Empire, or it is the arm, it is the body of the Holy Roman Empire, I should say. Holy Roman Empire also equaling 74. I kept that in just because Francis Xavier is all about Jesus. He obviously him being with the Society of Jesus, but he was their very first missionary. And he ended up going to a lot of Asian countries and India, which is another interesting tidbit, because there's a lot of like secondary Christian mythos that says that Jesus went to India and that he lived in India for like a lot of his life. Anyway, so just interesting that he went there as well and was preaching Christianity or Catholicism, if you will. But if you look at mission, which is the like the singular form of a missionary, Even though you can also call them a missionary, you can also call them a mission. It's interesting, but also you could just take it as mission being what he was on as well. But that equals 35 and 46, just like Catholic, just like those other great points you brought up. What was it, Crusader, and yeah, just like
Crusades and
Crusade, and interesting enough, the Teutonic, Crusader equaling 35 too. So yeah,
yeah,
um, obviously that's not arbitrary because look at his scarf, has the Templar cross right on it. Anyway, uh, missionary equals 52 as well. I found that rather interesting with the whole X-Men connection. But then even more to it is Professor X is his title name in the series equals 56 and 52. Just like X-Men, and Charles, his name, Charles Xavier, in the show or in the comic equals 123, and that's the just like the date December 3rd, 1/2/3, that he died in 1552. So he dies in 52. Missionary equals 52. X-Men equals 52. Professor X equals 52. The graduates of Xavier are offered an X ring. So X is a big number or a big letter to this to the Xavier Institute, or Jesuits as a whole. I'll say Jesuits. I'll just say.
yeah, the
But yeah.
Crusade equals 123 too.
Oh, good. Yeah, great point. Yeah, I had it right here too. Yes, yes, you're right. Yes, the Crusades equals 123, of course. Yep, good call. And you can think of it too as a religious crusade on in the East, because the Crusades took place in what, Germanic countries and
Europe.
throughout Europe, though. I mean, Europe as a whole used to be a lot different than the makeup that it is now. Um, there was times that Scotland was um, sovereign. There's time that Ireland was sovereign, and then there's times that it's all been assimilated into the British Empire. So there's at different times in those European countries have all been one. They've all been separate, and different wars were fought on those bases. But yeah, um, there were no crusades in Muslim countries. Oh, it was against Muslims, but it wasn't
Yeah,
in.
the Muslims won. Um,
Oh yeah, the Franks as well, which is Frankish Empire. Is that like German? Looks like it.
I think that's German. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's so hard to keep track of this too. It's like I don't mean to try to be a historian in any way. In fact, I honestly think that there is a negative side to taking in so much cursory knowledge of everything rather than be more focused minded on certain things. But the world is very interesting, and it's maybe worth it to challenge your brain to compartmentalize as much as possible, but also still have the information in case you need it. But at the same time, there is a possibility for a lot of confusion, just the way, because it's purposely confusing. And once you understand that, you can, you know, rectify that in your own head. But if you were trying to, like, you look at theologians and historians, and it's like they think they're doing like a job. They think that their job is like to do something, but they're just espousing what was said hundreds of years ago by the victors only. But it's law now. So it's honestly sad. Just like geologists, biologists, just every field of ology is just, it's not for the betterment of anything. It's just who can say it the same way or better, and make the victors look the best, or you know basically hold up the ideas of the past the best. So yeah, you're right. You have German. I'm sure like Belgium's included in that because there's a time where that was annexed. Ooh, is Barbarossa? Oh, he's an emperor. Interesting name because he had the. What you'll find too is etymology of names. Is names used to always mean something. Like people wouldn't just name people indiscriminately like we do nowadays. Like names always meant something. So I see something like Barber Oso, and the Barbers. I don't know if you know about the Barbers, but they were a huge empire that's been basically suppressed and wiped out for better or worse from our conscious and books and everything like that. But like several other civilizations, but the Moors, the Phoenicians, Atlanteans, if you will. Okay, so they did go to Egypt. That's it though. It's like
Hmm.
I'm doing a report on all the Crusades. Well, one, they just went there. Okay, they were there for 15 years and they did this. They talked to this guy. It's like
Yeah, we barely made it to Africa. We just barely got in there.
we just stuck our toe in for 15 years and
Yeah.
we left. Nothing really. Yeah. These activities. What activities? You didn't say anything. God, it's literally, if you try to submit this to your teacher in your own words, you would get an F. But apparently, this is all Wikipedia has to offer. Crusade to the east of it, same deal here. It's just like what all they just says is, yeah, they did something at one point. Uh, they write this in such a weird way that I can't even tell where it happened. Jerusalem, then? Okay, so this is another Jerusalem attack the Holy Land, keep Egypt from Temple Mount type of weird shit. I'll just take that as that because I don't see it anywhere in here. Okay, repossession of the Holy Land. Boom. Okay, so okay, figured it out. That was the fourth crusade or third crusade. Yeah. Sorry for the dead air. I'm trying to quickly read this so I can see.
I'm looking at it too, trying to read it. You always look at the years things were too. It's the years Fifth
So this,
Crusade 21, like Jesuit 21,
and then here you have Beirut, which is just, it was cursed. I think in the year 1197, Beirut was cursed. Just in the same way that Afghanistan was cursed and Iraq was cursed and Iran was cursed. And since then, they've been the nonstop target of. I think they're cursed because they used to be so much more than what we're ever going to be able to believe because it's all gone now. And what remains, nobody's interested in. But I think it was probably a mecca at one point for humanity. For the way it's been destroyed, there's not a lot of places that are like that. Like even like take Germany, the people who are doing these crusades are helping with these crusades. They still have all their infrastructure. Go if you look at Germany today, you're just like, "Oh my gosh." Same as
right.
Russia. It's just like insane. It's like people are just living normal lives like this. You go out and walk down Portland, it's just like box, square, box with a pointy roof, box, square, square, rectangle. You go to freaking Germany, it's just like holy crap. It's just everywhere is a painting. Cobblestone roads, everything is just like so perfectly maintained and preserved. But anyway. So here's another Jerusalem slash. I mean, this is just more proof that the Bible was a playbook. You get the story of Moses and the Exodus, and then just from here on out, that's what's going to take place. Who even knows if that ever really happened or if Egypt ever really was what we say it was based on like artifacts. Meanwhile, the whole world didn't know about Egypt, but they were the biggest deal. They were the biggest civilization with the most reach and the biggest, but nobody knew about them. Not even like people nearby knew about them. Italy didn't know about them. They're just like, they found out about them with everybody else. But anyway, Spain didn't know about them. Sure. They're literally like right there, but okay. Just I understand that the Crusades were to take the Holy Land. I understand that. I just thought that they took place in more than one place, but it seems to be like all like 2 through 5 have all been in Jerusalem solely. This one involved little fighting. Who cares? Boring.
Yeah, and it's like how many people really did die too. It's you wonder what really did happen through these crusades. How many people died? Some people say it's millions. People say it wasn't that much. People say it's so it's all left for interpretation. How
Similar
what
to very
what
similar to like the Holocaust.
yeah.
But you can't talk about that regime, but you can talk about the Catholic Church all you want. Catholic
Yeah.
Church's fine. They just did crusades that killed potentially millions, but if Nazi Germany did, that guy had a mustache. You know that? Popes
Yeah.
can't have those mustaches, so they're not evil. Point blank, period.
Yeah, he
So
loved his cheese.
annoying.
He loved
We
his
should
cheese.
we should take that look back. No, I'm just kidding. Our first pavement pounding together. We should just both rock a Hitler. I'm just kidding. That'll get people to listen. Psych. Here's an interesting one. This is where Catherine the Great was born. Was it Catherine the Great or Francis Xavier? No, well, I know it says Javier Spain, but I swear he has a different place that it says he was born. Yeah, Kingdom of Navarre. That's an interesting thing right there.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is a family member of Francis Xavier. Francis Xavier is a royalty. He's a prince. He's a lord of Navarre who was allowed to basically go to college. And when he went to college, he met Ignatius of Loyola. That's his story. It's so stupid. It's honestly so. He also like was just like worldly. He didn't want to have anything to do with like being in a convent or whatever or a missionary or anything like that. But Ignatius of Loyola was just so. He gave that crazy sloppy that he couldn't turn it down. The Crusade of Theobald, Crusade blah blah blah. The Baron's Crusade. Obviously, this being before Xavier, but still, this is highly likely. This is a relative of, because that's just how bloodlines generally work. And still, it's not barely saying anything. I'm getting sick of reading this because
I
the
was actually
crusade against the Mongols.
I was looking at this last night. I was going through all these. 1267. And like I said, you don't even know like what's all like how much of this is how many of these crusades are even actually do we even know about? There was crusades that could happen that we don't even know about. You know what I mean? It's like they say there was 9, but
I mean, COVID was a crusade, so
right.
like that, it was probably 911 crusades. We're probably going to hit 912 next. Anyway, I can't read this garbage. This needs to be like fact checks, or people need to understand how to write stuff to make it get to the damn point. This is like, what am I supposed to do with this? This guy wrote about it. That's not what I'm here to tell me what it is.
Yeah.
Not just tell me what he said it was. It's so weird. Anyway, crazy times, crazy orders. We're still under their thumb to this day. If anybody thought these orders went away, if you don't think Skull and Bones has a real say so in society as it is, even if you don't believe that, just the idea that these organizations and secret societies are able to function the way they do off of this weird hierarchy, and they're just allowed to be on college campuses recruiting and doing weird hazing rituals. And first of all, that's weird. Why is that allowed? It's just why are fraternities and sororities even allowed at all? These are cesspools for these what we know why, because the world's run by these crazy, weird, elite, inbred, uh
Psychopaths.
yeah, that was great. Thanks for covering for me there. Might have went on a tirade there. I was seeing red. But yeah, any final thoughts?
Um,
Wrap this thing up.
yeah, I mean, the Jesuits, they operate, in obviously 112 countries. There's supposedly over 16,000 members. There's different, and they were suppressed, obviously 1773 to 1814. They were obviously we went over the founding there in 1534. Pretty much, we covered a decent amount. It's such a big topic. There's so much to talk about and look into when it comes to the Jesuits, the Illuminati, the Freemasons. Freemasonry. Obviously, you got the 33rd degree, the highest degree. But yeah, the Jesuits, they operate in 112 countries. 112. That's like the Adam Lanza story where he weighed 112 pounds, and they made a big deal about that. And kind of the reason why they like to just mock you with these stories, using the same numbers over and over again. Um, and there's different amounts of the Jesuits in different populations. Obviously, they have their own website too. Um, the Catholic Church website, and the different populations. Like apparently, I think the most is in South Asia. They have like 27%. So go figure 27. Uh, Big ritual number. Um, I think Africa's got like 12%. Latin America's like 13%. Europe is like around like 23. Um, North America's like around 14%. Uh, Asia Pacific is like 10%. So, I mean, it's pretty spaced out, but the majority obviously being like in South Asia, which would make sense because they have so many people in Asia. So that's the most populous place. That's where they'd all be. Um, it's interesting too, because they were formed 484 years ago. And then you have the 84, like Jesuit equals 84. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean the Jesuits or something where, obviously, you look at, it's something you can look at where, it's all connected with, the Freemasonry and Illuminati. You'll see how, when you look at, you research how, all of this took place, you'll see how much of it all interconnects, intertwines. Um, it's all wings to the same bird. Um, and that's why there's so many different, factions. There's why you have the, the Crusades that happened. You have the Knights Templar. You have these different Templars. Um, you have, in so many other um, groups and factions and all of this, because it's, these are all the people that, are always on top, controlling the world. That's like you were saying. These people, uh, they've always been around. They've been around for, as long as we know, and they just continuously show you that they're there. It's just that you know most people don't. You know, the Society of Jesus in the '56. It's like, and then you look at something like 2020 where it was all about the '56, and that's how it just shows you who's running the whole show. The SJ symbolism there. And of course, 2020, that was, like hindsight 2020,
Hmm.
vision 2020, um, all seeing eye 2020, mind control 56, all seeing eye 56. Mhm.
All on the same cipher too. I mean,
Yep.
there's countless more as well.
Yeah.
You take dates like June 5th. Uh,
Or May 6th.
yeah, but I think June 5th had a. Let's just see. What was their coronation? Queen Elizabeth II was her coronation. That's right. I mean, Corona means crown, and coronation's on June 5th. You know, written 5/6 here or there, or one of the two. I don't know why I'm messing that up constantly, but obviously, if you're not aware, Corona means crown, or it has to do with the sun, the the rays of sunlight, basically. It's called a corona. Has having to do with a eclipse. Think think the shape that the it's just a circle basically, with a bored out middle. When you're not looking at the crown straight on, when say you looked up when someone was putting the crown on you, you'd be like looking at basically like an eclipse. And of course, then they have their bedazzling they like to do, but it all has symbology attached to it. You know, and then you talk about the crown chakra and having to do with mind control and what they did to unanimously did to everyone's crown chakra during this humongous psyop that you know was incredibly obvious and incredibly easy to see through if you weren't under mind control. And but that might be a I think that might be a super show here. Maybe even next week talk about the you know scam. I mean, we can poke at it, however many different ways we want. But, in every episode, we can bring up this stupid pandemic that everyone fell for and have plenty to talk about.
Yeah, it's been the biggest event of, my life.
Mhm.
It's been the biggest event of everyone's life, pretty much. I mean, there's never been anything like it. It's changed the world and changed everything. And that's why these people have to be stopped, because we just can't allow this to
Have you ever
continue.
typed scamdemic? Equals 56 too.
Oh, there we go. Plandemic. What plandemic equal? 49. Just like first case was in King County, Corona, Crown,
Mhm.
the King and the Crown, King
King
County,
41, like pandemic.
Corona, COVID, Cobain. It's got the
Oh yeah.
all seeing eye.
Oh yeah. Oh, how could I forget? Jesuit educated scumbag Anthony Fauci.
That's why Spencer Eldon had to sue. Had to sue there in 2020 because it was the 26 years Cobain and the 26 and uh, the whole Seattle and the whole thing was just it's all connected. I mean, you know, um, like I said, the first case there in Seattle, and you have all these other things that just keep coming. And who knows, the next big thing is it going to be Seattle again? Is it going to be who knows where it's going to be or what it's going to be? It's you hear all these things and you wonder. It's like it feels like almost anything is possible living here. It's like or even just being alive at this point. Because I mean, it's not like no matter where you go, you get away from it. I mean, it's not like there's you know what do you do? It's COVID in 2020 was people didn't see it right in front of them. Kobe, Cobain, Corona, COVID, the and the eye, the all seeing eye, it was all there right in front of them, and they just couldn't see it at all. And now you wonder, it's like, um, and who knows if they're going to do disease X or something, or, the whole thing. It's like, it's like we started this whole thing talking about all this, but it's like, when we started tonight, it's like this is kind of the whole point. It comes back to is really COVID, because it's just like this is where everyone just screwed up allowing this. This is where it all just it just came undone, really. You know,
We definitely did not seize. I mean, every negative thing that happens is, technically it's an opportunity. Personally in your personal life, and then also, on a micro and macro level. And we definitely dropped the ball. We definitely did not show a united enough front against an obvious tyrannical play against our rights and liberties and mind and our own, faculties to move around as, what should be free and sovereign citizens. But instead, we played right into their hands, and you know, God forbid, at least there was, some people, I think people don't realize this too. It's like, I don't think there's any necessity for dissent. Like if I think if everybody was just drinking the slop, eating the slop and drinking the punch, I think they'd just be, walking on cloud nine. So you know, don't rest on your laurels. We just the fact that people that didn't put up with the scam exist, it does throw a small wrench into their plans. It's just you got to realize they're, you know, master mechanics. So it's like one small wrench, they're going to find a way to, work that out and, come back with a, a different tool for the job. And we need to be able to roll with the punches and somehow dig our way out slowly but surely. But it starts with us. It's then spreads to a sense of, to a sense of community that is infectious to the next community. And maybe at some point we're able to re you know build on that with our own currency and our own form of way of doing things. We take back take back the land, take back uh the underground as well. It's like that's something I'm heavily interested in. Like I think regardless, whether or not it's our generation or the next one or the next one, we're gonna have to figure out a way to get the facilities that they have, because they're there for a reason, and cataclysms have happened in the past, and we can sit here and talk about like religious aspects and mystical aspects and all this and that. At the end of the day, if quote unquote volcanoes start blasting off, it won't mean jack crap. You know, if a major flood is coming, it won't mean nothing. If the heavens open up and all the air is sucked out of our atmosphere, it's over. So I mean, pick a cataclysm. If we don't find a way to rebel against them, even for logistically, just to get what they have, you know, and just obviously, it's going to take leaders that won't then turn around and use it for the same purposes. And who knows? You know, as far as we know, that's what's been going on, is that this iteration is just the ones that won the last war. And there was a war, and it wasn't necessarily a peaceful civilization, but they were so advanced that they were going back and forth and they knocked each other out. But, you know, one remained barely, and they have the semblance of the technology from the last one. And, you know, then you just restart. And by the, you know, two cataclysms from now, the technology will be back to the future, or, you know, Terminator technology again. You know, look at what we're doing. I'd say we're that middle one. Say there's three cataclysms before another reset back to bones and clubs and me kill you, you kill me. Like, say that there's three. I'd say we're the second one. One happened for sure, because there was definitely a flood previous, and we were definitely more. We came out primitive, but we're on top of a civilization that was advanced, and I think we are that bridge to the advanced civilization that's going to come out next cycle, and they're going to fight and revert back to ooga booga. That's just the way I see things happening in like threes like that, the cataclysms at least. But who knows? Maybe there's an answer to the cataclysms. Maybe the answer was the friends made along the way all along. So, with that, we're going to end it here, and hope to catch you next week. As always, email down below on the scroll. Feel free to leave a comment for what we should talk about, anything really. But yeah, without further ado, I'm peacing out. That was fun, Austin.
Yeah, it was a great time. Yeah, let us know if anybody has any suggestions for next week. As of right now, kind of open minded to, maybe we can just do like a COVID, something like with COVID, or uh just maybe just how things have changed and since COVID, or what's gotten worse since COVID or something. Maybe we can do something like that. But yeah, if anyone's got any other suggestions or anything else they want to add, or have anything in mind, just like I said, leave a comment or email, or just let us know. And yeah, because I mean, people, like I said, if people have anything to, or want to come on to, and have anything to add to, people want to you know because I know there's so many people that probably have different knowledges or things to talk about,
Of
or
course.
something that they think is interesting. So if other people want to get involved too, just feel free to hop right in and make your presence known.
Absolutely. We'd be happy to have you. And there's always, you know, room for a guest spot. You know, we usually, these things go around 3.5 to 5 hours long. So it's like, there's time, and it's just like, we'd be happy to riff on whatever with whoever. But yeah, without anything else, I think that's about it. And yeah, we're peacing out. Well, I got to get this thing uploaded, and hope to hear from the community. But yeah, peace out.
Peace.